Good evening. Welcome to this Wednesday, November 15, 2023 regular board meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Sequoia Union High School District. The meeting is hereby called to order. At this time, we're accepting public comments on the closed session items. If anyone here would like to make a comment about the closed session items. Seeing none and having no attendees in the Zoom, we will recess to closed session. All right, good evening. Welcome to our Wednesday, November 15, 2023 regular board meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Sequoia Union High School District. We have a lot of interest in one of our agenda items tonight, and many of tonight's attendees are unfamiliar with the rules and norms that govern our school board meetings. So I want to offer a little bit of an explanation. We have an agenda for each meeting. The agenda is posted on our website. We can only discuss items that are properly posted on our agenda. Our meetings typically begin like tonight's did, with a brief public session to hear any comments on the items we discuss in closed session. Then we go into a private room to handle district business that is properly not in front of the public. After closed session, we come to this part of the meeting where we do what we call welcome and explanation, which is this. For those of you who don't have handy access to an agenda, there are several items ahead of the items that many of you are here for. The discussion of course offerings and graduation requirements is item 16.1. And before that, we will have special recognitions by the superintendent and board, public comments for items not on the agenda, comments by our board members, student trustees, and union leaders, the consent agenda, one information item, and one public hearing. And then we'll get to the item that many of you are here for. Just want to let everyone know that's how things are going tonight. So again, welcome. And I ask that everyone in the room recognize that we all want the same thing, great schools for our students. I know there are people here with different views about how to best achieve that same thing, but I ask that we all remember that we are all here advocating what we think is best. And I thank everyone in advance for listening to all viewpoints respectfully. I'll get to that. So if we could do roll call, please.
Student trustee Argwal, I believe she's on her way. Student trustee Yuryev.
Here.
Trustee Nori.
Here.
Trustee Koo. Here. Trustee Dubois. Vice President Stevenson. President Ginn.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Okay, the next item is approval of agenda. And I know we have a few items to remove from the agenda. Not item 16.1, don't worry.
Could be a recommendation. Yes, President Ginn, I would like to pull and remove completely from this agenda 13.15, 16.3, 16.4, 16.5, 16.6, and 16.7.
Okay. Any other comments or questions about tonight's agenda? So I have a motion to approve tonight's agenda with the items removed that the superintendent has requested.
So moved.
So Amy made the first and Carrie made the second. All in favor of approving tonight's agenda?
Aye. Aye.
Okay, the agenda is approved. The next item is report out on closed session. The Board of Trustees approved case number 2023-2024-10, contingent upon a correction of the scrivener's error in paragraph 3, line 6. Instead of, quote, agreed out of special education, end quote, the term should have read, quote, aged out of special education, end quote. Reimbursement, as outlined in the terms of the agreement, will not be issued until this error is corrected. That concludes the report out from the closed session agenda. And now we have our special recognitions.
Yes, thank you. So tonight, are you okay? Okay. So tonight we would like to recognize some amazing people from Tide Academy. I would like to invite Principal Simone Rick-Kennel to the podium, who will explain in more detail about their great works and a little bit about all the fabulous things that are going on at Tide currently.
Thank you, Superintendent Leach, and good evening, Board of Trustees and Superintendent Leach. This evening, Tide will commend our first graduating class of 2023, teacher Daphne Pacia McCann. She's our English teacher and recruitment coordinator, and students Sila Pusini, Brea Bremer, and Danelli Gonzalez Espinosa, who dedicate much of their time to our leadership program and community outreach, continuing the inaugural class's vision for student voice and leadership. I'll start with the class of 2023. Here are some highlights. 100% graduation rate for 83 students. Average of 45 college credits earned, anywhere from 30 to an AS degree, earned by one student with several others close to completing one. 286 college applications submitted. That does not include community college. Range of college options and post-high school options. 14 pathway certificates and 17 seals of biliteracy. Our dual credit program doesn't only include courses in our pathways, but also in Spanish, U.S. history, and senior year English. And we offer 2 APs to make sure students have those options because of the limit for college credits. Free college credits, by the way, but the limit per term is 15. Yes, all Tide students have the culminating experience to take a college English class prior to leaving us. So, with that, I don't want you to take it from me. I want you to take it from the students. So we're going to watch a little video. And I understand I need to give 10 seconds so it can play on Zoom.
My name is Brennan Clark. I'll be attending Chapman University in the fall, and I'll be majoring in film and television production. And I'm just really excited to be going to a really prestigious school for film and television production. And I'm really just excited about all the clubs and the communities and the different opportunities that I'll be having within the filmmaking world. I am super excited to go to college. High school is amazing, and I'm sure everyone is going to have a great time, and I'm super ready for the next steps. So thank you for everyone who helped me through the process, and I really appreciate everything that all my friends and teachers and everyone has done for me at Tide.
My name is Akaya Burrell. I'm going to be attending Grambling State University in Grambling, Louisiana, majoring in nursing. And I'm most excited about mostly just having a fresh start. I don't know anyone in Louisiana. I have a little bit of family, but for the most part, I'm going to be on my own. So I'm pretty excited for a fresh start. I'm just going to give myself a message to keep moving forward regardless of, what triumphs I face and anything that happens. I know I can overcome and achieve whatever I put my mind to.
My name is Zoe Maharis. I will be attending Cal Poly in the fall, majoring in materials engineering in the College of Engineering department. And one thing that I'm excited about for next year is moving to a location that's not too close to my parents, but not too far away either. And I'm just excited to join new clubs and maybe move up in the rankings. And also there are some cool leadership activities that are offered at Cal Poly that I'm excited to partake in. And maybe some intramurals too.
My name is Andrew Bell. I'm going to UC Santa Barbara. I want to major in econ, and what I'm most excited about is the beach right there. It's a big step as a first-generation student. I mean, I'm just glad I made my parents proud for once, that I'm going to college and doing something good for my life.
So my name is Nikki Satuda, and I am going to UC Berkeley, and I'm currently going in undeclared, but I plan to major in political science and possibly maybe double major in sociology. And I'm also really excited to be, getting a college experience. And I'm excited to be nearby, but also somewhere where I can experience new things.
I was interested in STEM-based classes. I wanted to major in something STEM-based. And Tide is specifically a STEM-based school, so that helped me out.
I think being at a small school and especially taking specifically dual enrollment classes and current classes with Foothill, I think I've gotten the unique opportunity to take classes that are, similar to the college level, which I think will be really helpful, having GED courses transfer. So I have most of my GEDs out of the way, and I think just it really helped prepare me, I guess, for the college atmosphere, which is really cool.
I think Tide prepared me for college through like the foothill courses we took, like that, how do you say it, dual enrollment courses. That really helps me fulfill like most of my GEs. So I don't have to take like most of my GEs at college. I just have to do like, I think about 3 years and then I'm out.
Tide definitely prepared me for college in the best way possible because since sophomore year, we've taken dual enrolled classes with Foothill. So I've taken English, history, Spanish, all at the college level from sophomore year. So I would say like going into college, I'm going to expect what the workload is going to be like, how to communicate with my professors, and just being more ready. This is a very good college prep school.
I was really able to get what I needed from the teachers as well as the college counselor to really navigate the college process, as well as make sure my homework was done on time, make sure my assignments made sense, and just made sure that I was learning everything that I needed to learn for the future and also my classes in the present.
So we're really proud. Those are just 4 representatives of the class, but we're really proud of the options they had upon graduation from Tide. And we can't wait for other Tide classes to have those same opportunities with the dual enrollment program we have with Foothill College and one of our career technical education pathways. So to that end, tonight we are also commending our Tide leadership students and ambassadors and recruitment coordinator and English teacher, Daphne Pasia McCann. So I would like to start with our students. So Brea Danelli, come on up. I don't know if Sela made it yet, but Brea and Danelli, come stand next to me here. Okay, so Danelli Gonzalez Espinoza is a junior, also an amazing Tide ambassador. Like Sela, who I'll talk about in a minute, he may be able to arrive. She accompanies us to recruitment events, tells her Tide story, and also volunteered 2 nights in a row to be at the Belmont High School Fair and our own. Danelli joined me at a partner school in Redwood City and spoke to an entire 8th grade class about her Tide experiences, giving reasons why students should consider Tide Academy for high school. In our car ride on the way over, she said one thing she appreciates is how the junior class has bonded and how much she has appreciated the friends she's made, and said English is currently her favorite class. Ms. Cohen, the student activities director, said Danelli takes the lead in groups, guides other members to complete certain tasks, and does this with a smile. She's also always very friendly, the perfect Tide ambassador. Thank you, Danelli. Brea Bremer, next to me here also, is a junior and our student body president, but that's not why she deserves a commendation. I don't think there's anything Brea does not do. She doesn't just have the title, she does everything to model what a great leader should do. She was a pioneer in the Tide Yearbook Club. This year, she's a member of the robotics team. And if you ask her, she will say, I'm not into making the robot, but I am the community relations specialist. And wow, does she do a great job to get the team into competitions and connect with community partners. Brea has a goal in mind and makes a plan to make it happen. That's from the student activity director, Ms. Cohen, as well. She works well with others and constantly tries to include everybody. She's determined, creative, and uses her voice to represent Tide students, always thoughtfully. Thank you, Brea. Okay. And our third student, will make sure he gets the certificate. Sela Nanu Posini is a senior at Tide. He's participated in our professional skills summer program 2 years in a row, serving as a mentor to other students this summer, and taken on many leadership roles. Oh, come on up. Sela's mom is here. Hi, Mom. Come on. Specifically with community relations as a Tide ambassador. He's a shadow host, comes to recruitment events, not only during the day, but also makes the effort to come to our community partners, middle school partners in the evenings. Again, most recently at the Belmont High School Fair. He's on our graduation committee and we love his ideas. The most recent one being organizing a senior sunrise at the Bay Trail, where they really can see the sunrise. Sela's in the last year of his Tide journey, and we're so appreciative of his drive to make Tide Tide community the best it can be and tell others about it too. So congratulations. Okay, and our last commendation for the evening is Teacher and Recruitment Coordinator Daphne Pasia McCann. Come on up, Daphne. So one reason we have such a strong recruitment program this year and Tide ambassadors is due to the work of Teacher and Recruitment Coordinator Daphne Pasia McCann. Daphne has contributed to the Tide community in so many ways. She's a member of the Equity and Diversity Council, supported our first ever cultural grad celebration, was our WASC chair last year that resulted in a deep dive on our action items and a 6-year accreditation. This year, she's leading our recruitment efforts, tabling events, presentations at partner schools, and overall marketing strategies. By the way, you'll get something to represent that marketing work, which have yielded great results with over 200 people at our 8th grade information night, and due to demand for shadowing, added another 3 days to our program. And did I mention she's an awesome English teacher and department chair? She's led vertical alignment efforts for 9th to 12th grade English, making sure all Tide students are prepared to take college level English courses. And on any given day, students in her 10th grade English class are engaged in high-level discussions or responding to challenging writing prompts. Currently, they're working on a cross-curricular project with 10th grade world history on censorship, which will be their culminating semester project. Thank you, Ms. McCann. So in closing, this SUHSD, this is a glimpse of your Tide Academy community, your small public school offering opportunities and choices for college, career, and futures. Thank you for indulging us this evening.
Okay, the next item on our agenda is public comment. This is for anybody who wishes to make a comment about an item that is not on the agenda. Do we have anybody wishing to make a public comment?
I do have 2 comment cards, and I have one that says agenda item 8, but also added honors classes. So it might be both or.
So during the public comment, we shouldn't be hearing comments about item 16.1 because that is an item on the agenda. So the public comment for items not on the agenda would be other than that one item.
Okay, so 2 comment cards in person.
Okay, and we have three hands up as well. Again, this would be for items that are not on the agenda, and if anyone starts speaking about the item that's on the agenda, we'll ask them to be muted, or if they're here, that they stop, because it's only for items on the agenda or not on the agenda. So seeing that we have 5 total comments, I propose we do 2 minutes per comment, so we're at 10 minutes. Any objections? Amy? Okay, so our board policy provides that we'll hear 3 minutes from each speaker if there are less than 4 speakers. If there are more than 4 speakers, then we can limit the total time to 10 minutes. During any comment by any members of the public or during any board deliberations, I ask that attendees at our meeting listen respectfully to the comments and discussion. For clarity on what that means, I ask that everybody refrain from cheering or clapping. While we certainly do that when we're recognizing people during superintendent's recognitions, I ask that during comments, either you may hear comments you agree with, you may hear comments you disagree with. I ask that everybody refrain from cheering or clapping, booing or hissing, snapping or making any other kinds of sounds, standing up or putting things in the air that block views of other attendees. Just everybody can listen respectfully to all the comments. As I said earlier, we're all here because we want great schools for our students, and we have different ideas about how to achieve that. I just want to have a respectful discussion. Overall, we appreciate the interest in our meeting tonight, and we look forward to addressing very important issues in a thoughtful and respectful manner. During any time that a person is making a public comment, there will be a countdown timer on the screens. For those of you who are on Zoom, there will be a countdown timer on the screen, and when the time gets to 0, that person's time to comment is over. So let's hear the public comment. Thank you.
To the chair, just one more thing. I received 3 comment cards that do not have agenda items on, so I'm not sure now if it's for public or for 16.1. So can I say the names?
Sure.
Yeah,
let's see.
okay. Sui Lin Lee, Darren Cunningham, and Carol Cunningham. Yes, for the okay. Sui.
Tracking. Yeah.
16.1. And then Darren Cunningham and Carol Cunningham.
Yeah, it's the same.
Oh, all of them, all 3. Oh, sorry about that. Okay, all right, got it. Okay, for agenda item 8.1, 8.0, 8.1, first up is Ellen Jacobson.
Sorry. Good evening, board members. Thank you, Rita. And Superintendent Crystal. All right, I'm going to speak on her behalf. It's okay. Tonight I'm speaking as a parent of 2 Woodside students. I'm deeply concerned there's a displaced emphasis on honors classes when there seems to be no concern about the anti-Semitic graffiti that was whitewashed last week at Woodside High School. Call it anime, but clearly it looked like a symbol that is still used today as a scare and hate tactic. Clearly it is offensive. At a quick glance, it is a swastika. Had that graffiti been offensive to any other minority group, there would have been a stronger reaction from the district and administrators. Our district too often has turned a blind eye to anti-Semitism. Why isn't the school using this as a teaching moment? If the manji symbol is a spiritual symbol, some people looked at Hitler as a spiritual leader. Sunday night, I was helping my daughter with her homework assignment, which was to create a poem about herself and her identity. I suggested that she write, "I am Jewish," and her response was, "I don't want anyone to know." Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Abby Corman.
Since it is the purview of the board to review policy, I'd like to bring up to the board and the public the need for a board discussion about school safety policies to be agendized this school year. If later tonight the board decides to continue to agendize tracking, it either must also agendize other issues with similar amounts of signatures, such as this, or it's unfairly prioritizing one group in our community. Last April, one of my students was re-injured by police. He didn't know his own school had called on him. People in the community called it disturbing to watch, but when 30 of us filed a complaint and called for a review of the use of force, Atherton Police Department said, quote, APD personnel were exonerated and the allegations unfounded. My student's friends who were at the bus stop watching him yell his mom's phone number as he was dragged to the cop car, organized a peaceful protest in the rain and 2 days of peaceful walkouts with hundreds of people in attendance. They wrote a petition that over 600 students and community members signed with 10 requests that I don't have time to read. What are our policies for when police are called into campus? What is our district policy around SROs? If we have an SRO, why does he not have stronger relationships with our students? And what is he doing to develop those relationships? Why is he in full uniform versus plain clothes? It's difficult to watch this board prioritize well-resourced families' desire for more choice in a school with blatant areas of growth. Decide what precedent you plan to set with this discussion later. Decide who you represent. Is it all students or just some? Those asking for more privileges or those who are asking to feel safe? Do you not represent all of them? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move to our Zoom audience. First up is Rob Polis.
My name is Rob Polis. I'm a teacher and coach at Sequoia High School. I'm speaking regarding the discussion item of PE substitution. PE substitution is using an outside activity to exempt students from their second year of PE. In our area, we're the only district that does this for athletics, and now there's a discussion to expand it into other areas. For clarification, PE substitution was historically used in the district back when there was 4 years of PE, and there would be an issue with the student being able to complete all of the requirements. Now that it is 2 years at the most, clearly that is no longer the case. There is plenty of space in the schedule. PE is also one of the only classes that represents the full diversity of the school, as every student takes it. When programs like this are created and outside activities are allowed to take precedence on this, it damages the classroom and it affects that diversity. It's pretty clear cut that the students who will be taking advantage of this are the ones who have more advantages to begin with and can afford outside programs, clubs, etc. It clearly works against students who have to work for a living to support their family, etc., and do not have these opportunities for these other organizations. It also guts the PE program at the schools. The PE departments are already bare bones and struggling to cover all sections in terms of supervision for the locker rooms, etc., and this would just exacerbate that situation. It also violates Ed Code, which was pointed out the last time this was brought up. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Katrina.
Hi, I'm Katrina Rubenstein, and I'm a school counselor currently at Redwood High School, formerly at Woodside High School. And I also wanted to talk about the article regarding the swastika at Woodside. I feel that it's embarrassing to have Jewish people explain how hurtful it is. And I know that the Principal Van Putten, actually apologized for the first response, which I appreciate. However, I've heard nothing from the district, and I find it really hurtful, especially having family that survived Holocaust, family currently in Israel, and with all the Islamophobia and anti-Semitism going around with current events, that the district has been silent. This isn't the first time that a swastika has been drawn on a campus, and I've never heard the district respond to it. And I respectfully ask that there is a district response to acknowledge the harm that can be caused by this, especially considering the training that we did go through recently that explained, instead of trying to hold defensiveness when people are explaining the hurt that words or images can cause, owning the harm, and then figuring out how we can do better. I really hope that the district will really take into consideration the training we're going through, including on diversity, equity, and also on how to respond to actions that are hateful in a way that is more caring about our community. And as somebody who's Jewish, I find it really hurtful that I have to be the one saying this for my own culture and background. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last speaker is Lauren Kay.
Hi, my name is Lauren, and I'm a community member, and I would like to talk to the board about leadership. One of the greatest examples of leadership I've seen from this board was after the detracking presentation when Trustee Agarwal announced that she had changed her mind. She described with clarity and emotional maturity that after considering the evidence and listening to experts and educators, she changed her opinion. That is strength, that is leading with integrity, and that is accountability. This is what we should be modeling and teaching. I would like to call the other board members to show up to this table with a similar willingness to do wrong. I know all the board members are good people trying to do good things, but the fact is that harm has been done by this board. Your teachers of color have told you they are uncomfortable in their schools. For their own safety and mental health, they are leaving the district. Your students of color have also expressed that they feel unsafe in your schools. 600 students signed a petition after the act of police brutality last school year, and this board has yet to address it. What message does that send? Yet this board has spent a lot of time on a specific and loud, fragile parent population. These parents have threatened you, threatened to leave the district, take away resources, and vote you out of office. We know that bullying in schools is a problem, and I ask this board to show the community that you will not give in to hysterical behavior. Show everyone here that you will not be bullied, fought, or threatened. Show our students what it means to act with integrity and do the right thing. That the loudest voices are often the most ignorant, and that being loudest doesn't make you more worthy of consideration or respect. Acknowledge the white fragility in the room and do better. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes comments on non-agenda items.
Okay, thank you. The next item is Board of Trustees correspondence, and I have no correspondence to report in the last month. The item after that is Board of Trustees Superintendent's comments and committee reports. In light of the comments we just heard, I'm going to take to go first on this. Actually, I had the statement prepared before we heard the comments, but the comments tonight were especially relevant. This week is United Against Hate Week. In each of the last several years, the Sequoia Union High School District has participated, along with all of the members of the Redwood City Together Collaborative, in recognizing this week and standing united against hate. In recognition of this year's United Against Hate Week, I want to reaffirm my commitment, and I believe that I speak for the whole board when I say our commitment, to stand united against hate in any form, against any person, for any reason. I also want to recognize groups within our district community who have shared with this board that they have experienced hate within our district. And I'd written this before tonight, and then tonight both groups shared again. The groups are the Israeli and Jewish communities who have reported several incidents of hate over the last month, and the Black community from MA who came and spoke at a board meeting several months ago. We support all of our communities and stand with them against hate, and we ask our site leaders to use all legally available tools to reduce and prevent any form of hate at all of our school sites. Anybody else with a comment? Go ahead, Carrie.
Thank you. So several things going on. I attended my first EDC meeting, and it was a privilege to be there. And I look forward to working with Trustee Stevenson on that. Also attended the district MTSS meeting. That work is going so. I attended the district MTSS meeting, and that district is work is going so well. I'm really excited about multi-tiered systems of support. Last night, I attended our student-led sustainability meeting. There was an icebreaker question at the beginning, what gives us hope as far as climate change? And I said, our students give us hope. That meeting is, there's many people who haven't heard me say this in the room today. That meeting is led by our students, and it is amazing. It is one of the strongest meetings I attend, and I attend many meetings. I also was part of a panel discussion with Redwood City Together. It was organized by Silicon Valley Venture Fund. The executive director, Raphael, was part of it, along with a city council member from the city of Redwood City and the director of the new PACE program. And the panel discussion was focused on powerful community collaboratives. And the attendance was very good. Last thing I want to mention is our district's mentoring program has begun. And I've been a mentor, I think I've lost about the last 8 years, I've lost track. I am a mentor at Tide again this year. It's my 3rd time at Tide. Prior to that, I was a mentor at Woodside. Tide is a small school, but there were 90 community mentors there. There was a lot of buzz in the air, and I just want to give my appreciation to the community members out there that give their time to our kids. Thanks.
Oh, I'm happy to go next. So, firstly, I wanted to start by reiterating what President Ginn said about United Against Hate. I'm sure I speak for the whole board when I say that it pains all of us very deeply when any student says that they feel unsafe coming to school. And I hope that, we as a district can continually work to ensure that we meet our values, ensure that everyone can show up feeling safe no matter what their background is. I'd also like to acknowledge that last weekend was Veterans Day, and I'd like to give thanks to all of our people or veterans who took the time to serve our country and all the sacrifices that they make. I also had a chance to talk to some constituents about our bond, and I'm sure the specific issue that was raised and the item that was pulled from the agenda, I look forward to discussing that more at a future meeting. And looking ahead, I just wanted to address them. So in 2 weeks, right after Thanksgiving, we'll be having our annual education conference where all the school boards across California will come to San Francisco. And I'm looking forward to learning and collaborating with other school districts to see what innovative things they're doing that, we can bring back to our district.
Yeah, I'd also like to echo President Ginn's statement, and it saddens me that people would feel unsafe coming into our schools. And that's not just the students, but also the adults. It's really everyone in the community. I did want to mention that I was on 2 business trips since the last board meeting, but I still managed to stay on top of all the emails, including some that were from blasts from the past, like coworkers and classmates. Like, oh, I know you. I'm going to send you an email too. And I met with a few stakeholders, and I had a chance to visit some classes at MA. And I found the visit to MA to be very valuable because I am newer to the board. And I really focused on observing freshman classes to get a sense of the 9th grade experience. And I also stopped by a chemistry class just to get a sense of the chemistry format, and I really wanted to confirm my understanding of the teaching approaches and the level of student engagement. And really in reflecting on the approaches, they are much more interactive and multi-sensory compared to my own experience being in high school. There were a lot of team and partner activities. And I think that's an interesting thing we have to keep in mind, that it's also great that there's team and partner activities, but how do we measure the understanding and mastery of content for each student? But there was some exit ticket program. I go, what's an exit ticket? But it's really to check for individual understanding at the end of the class. So that kind of answered my questions. But I did notice that in every class, there were a few students that were not fully engaged. Most students were really engaged, but some were not. And while they didn't cause any disruption to others, I was left wondering what is going on for these students and what can we do to re-engage them. So that's my report.
All right, thank you, trustees. I'm gonna do like I always do, share what I've been doing since the last meeting, which feels like eons ago, but yet was yesterday. So I wanted to let you all know that I attended the Menlo Park Community Trust meeting. I know it's not one of our committees, but as a person who likes to get to know my neighbors, I have been going to that meeting just to kind of build connection and build relationship. And it really is an organic place for partnerships to happen. It's not as structured as like Redwood City Together, but it still has that flair of community. And I went to the Reich Center and there was just a lot of buzz. I know I see my forever superintendent, Gina Sudaria, and they were really talking about how to partner with Ravenswood more. It's ran by Menlo Park School District. So I'm just really, and their superintendent was there, and they're really eager to work with Menlo Atherton. Where's Mr. Lusku? Yeah, woo, woo. They said that they want to work with you more and just kind of that being the neighborhood school for both districts. And so just wanted to share that. I was really impressed. The police officers come from the different cities, and it's just a really wonderful place to make connections. And I know you have other ways to connect with those individuals. I attended the MA play, Curious Incident of the Dog. It's about a young boy who was neurodiverse trying to solve a mystery regarding his dog, and really ended up finding out a lot more about his family. It was probably one of the best plays I've seen, probably because I'm an introvert and it was on an intimate stage of 100 people. So I didn't have to look at, thousands of people in the audience. So it was really nice and really good acting. Miss B does an awesome job. And so I actually walked out of there. And a little kid talked to me. I don't know whose child this was, but he was like, how did you think about that play? I was like, well, I thought the play was pretty good. I know neurodiverse people. I said, oh, you do. So him and I had this whole conversation. I said, well, it was nice talking to you. He said, it was nice talking to you. I was like, whose kid is this? But it was really nice. He made my day, and I went by myself. And so I was able to be my introverted self and sit in a corner. So I was really excited. I helped out with Challenge Day at Menlo Atherton. One of my favorite things that they do to really bring the community together, was able to connect with my daughter's former teacher, and we just talked about how we grew up and all that good stuff. So it reminded me of the importance of Challenge Day. I also went to Carmont to the concert. I don't know how many people were singing. It was like 30, but it was an all-day concert, but it was beautiful. From country to classic to Disney, all kinds of stuff. It surely fed our souls. So thank you, Carrie, for inviting me. And then I'm off to Woodside, hopefully I bought my tickets. So on Saturday and Thursday doing the Dream Club at Sequoia. So I think I've touched everybody, Friday. Only people I can't go see, I don't know if Amika's here. I can't go see Translator. I got the invite after I bought my ticket. So hopefully that will be fun and learning and community building, as you always do. I've been involved in the strategic plan, went to the instructional team. We have a fabulous group of people. I also have gone, I think it's Crystal tell me, the core planning. The person who won the award for Tide, where is she? I don't know where. There you are, Daphne, right? I got it. Okay. Just really sat with a group of parents, and I'm trying to look at Linda Mickey for first time meeting you. We had some interesting conversations. And so it felt like a very respectful environment where we could talk. So I'm very excited about that. And then one of the last things I want to talk about is, since my forever superintendent is here, if you can take one and pass down. I went to I'm on the strategic plan for Ravenswood. You're gonna have to get some buttons or t-shirts or pins or something. They have stepped up their game. But just playing. You don't have to do what others do. You be you. Okay. Not trying to pressure you to be like nobody else. But Ravenswood, I am just so impressed with them. They had kicked off their Ravenswood strategic plan called the Ravenswood Promise. And I wrote a note for her that said, thank you for this space. Love coming home. So thank you, Ms. Sudaria. She was my child's principal and now superintendent. And this Ravenswood Promise has been very interesting to me because it was a very respectful cross-sector community where we're talking about what is the vision for Ravenswood as they take back their narrative and really get on that road of success that they want and that they are on with the opening of their new preschool. Middle school at Cesar Chavez is going to be fantastic. And hopefully all of you will come to the open house when that happens. But they have their Ravenswood promise, and it was fabulous. And one of the activities that they did, and they try to build community. And one of their activities that you can't build community if you don't know anyone and you don't understand their background, their walk, whatever. And basically you had to introduce yourself to a partner, and you had to be quiet while they talked, and they had to answer the question, who are you? And say it until you got tired at 1 minute, and you just keep answering the question. And so that was actually pretty powerful for me. And then the last thing that I wanted to talk about is that I will be going on going on the road trip with them to Lindsay Unified School District, which has a population very similar to theirs, which is about 80%, I would say. I'm looking at, it's about 80% English language learners and Latino families, immigrant families and migrant families. And so I'm excited because you can only learn about how to serve kids if you meet with other experts who are experts of kids of color and kids who come from different backgrounds. So I'm really excited. Wanted to wish them well on this Thanksgiving day or week, and just very proud of the district. They have people coming back to their district who love their district and have chosen their district. It's not a leftover. They have chosen it just like I have. So I'm very excited about that. And then the last thing I wanted to just share is kind of an appreciation for Rich. I want to be clear, I'm wearing red because, I got freedom to wear red, even though y'all wearing red. But I'm just saying mine is just for freedom. But I wanted to show my appreciation for Rich. I think at the last meeting, I was very hurt, very hurt. And when I called you at 6 a.m. this morning, appropriately, while you were walking, we were talking about not the topic of today, but how we would do the process. And one of the things I left you with at the last meeting was I don't trust the facilitation because of the level of racial microaggressions that I felt in the room. So yes, we don't have to clap and snap to still have aggression in the room. And so, or people yelling at you. It doesn't have to be that level. It also can be very silent. Just want to appreciate you trying to figure out a way to level up how we're going to talk about this in a way that doesn't disrespect the people who are not here, which is not a reflection of who they are, how they learn, or their intellectual capability. So I just wanted to publicly thank you for trying to figure that out and being available this morning when I had some questions. So that's all.
Okay. I want to first start out by thanking the board on the acknowledgement of the United Against Hate, and to thank our speakers that spoke earlier this evening. We will do better. I look forward to working with our board on policy for promoting tolerance, diversity, and inclusivity while combating hate and discrimination to increase the safety of both our students and our staff throughout this organization. In addition to that, I don't want to steal Jacob's thunder, so I won't. But I do want to highlight a little bit. Last night, I had the Student Advisory Committee, which I must say sorry, Suffolk, but in the almost 5 years that I've been here, I have not seen two student trustees that have been able to pull in the level of attendance that our two student trustees have done. And it is representative. I felt like it was very representative across our sites, and that continues to grow. And I thank you for that. I thank you for asking for resources for where we can do better to get more of our students here. They ate all the pizza. I didn't get any. I was I went home very hungry. And, you know, and it's like, so one of the things is like, I dread talking about food service. It's like just throughout my entire career, I've always dreaded talking about food service. And it came up last night and I was wrong. I was wrong about what I thought we were going to talk about. And I was so impressed, as Carrie mentions on her sustainability. Like, I feel like I'm in really good hands, that Social Security will find a way, because you will figure out a way to pay for me when I get old or older. So I appreciate that. And I think the topics that we've picked for this year will really improve the overall student experience. And so I just want to thank both you and Zahara for your leadership. And I do look forward to our future meetings. So thank you.
Okay, next is a comment from our student trustees.
All right. So first of all, thank you, Superintendent Leach. We had a great time at the Student Advisory Council meeting yesterday. And also, I want to say that very sadly, Trustee Agarwal actually just got into a bit of an accident. She's totally fine, but sadly, she will not be able to make it today. So she sent me some stuff that, you know, she wants me to say. So that's included in what I'm going to talk about. First of all, I want to reaffirm and thank the board and say that both Zahara and I and a vast majority of the student community across all of the sites within the Sequoia Union High School District support all students and community members speaking out against hate, specifically the incident involving police, and we urge the board to answer their requests. And further, as someone who wears the Star of David on my neck, I wholeheartedly support everyone speaking out on the anti-Semitic imagery. Moving on to the Student Advisory Council. First of all, I'm very glad to see some members from the Student Advisory Council yesterday in the audience today. That's great. Also, I want to say that at the Student Advisory Council, students urged the district again to be more proactive against hate. We then had kind of two main discussions, one on the lunch system and one on vandalism within the school district. I want to say that the discussion on lunch was absolutely not on the food choices. It was more about the distribution system for lunch. And a lot of students specifically voiced and brought up the issues of having incredibly long lines, cutting within those incredibly long lines, not being able to get lunch, congestion within within the school site, food waste and plastic and cardboard waste, the time it takes for the whole lunch process to happen, walkability because of the lunch process. Some students talked about their fear that the portions of the lunch discriminate against certain students that rely on the lunch to, you know, feed themselves. And we're excited throughout our following Student Advisory Council sessions to discuss possible solutions and urge the board to have this at the front of their mind as well. Further, on vandalism, specifically, we talked about bathroom or restroom closures and potential violations of ed code. The students voiced their desire for a notification system on which restrooms are closed and voiced the problems that they're experiencing through vast closures across the whole entire school district. There was also a brief mention of students wanting increased access and increased refills of female hygiene products across the whole school district. And lastly, some students talked about specific problems within specific school sites. And rather than bringing this up right now, I just want to say that I may be in contact with some of the principals that because some of the students mentioned some problems that they maybe weren't able to mention directly to their school site administration. And Zahara and I feel that it's extremely important that those issues get relayed. Thank you.
Okay, next is comments from the Sequoia District Teachers Association.
Good evening. Today is National Educational Support Professionals Day, and I want to start tonight by taking this opportunity to recognize the clerical, custodial, maintenance, food service, health service, student service, transportation service, technical service, paraprofessional, security, and skilled trades workers we depend on in the district to achieve our goals and serve our students. Our work would be impossible without the support and services they provide each and every day. I'm also pleased to report that our members ratified our recent tentative agreement, and we look forward to approval by the board. We were hopeful that this close to protracted and frustrating negotiations would afford our members a period of calm as they shift focus to the end of the semester, and perhaps even help them to feel respected and appreciated for the work they do and their dedication to their students. But as the saying goes, it seems a teacher's work is never done. As you look out on the audience here tonight and at home online, you will see committed educators. They are back tonight not to lobby for themselves, but for their students. If you counted up the collective experience in these rooms, this boardroom and the Zoom room, you would be overwhelmed by not just decades of teaching experience, but centuries. And with those years come hundreds of degrees in education, thousands of hours training and pedagogy, and countless more poring over curriculum, reviewing student work, and collaborating with colleagues to improve the educational experience of the students we teach. Trustees' questions and previous discussions have shown you lack a deeper understanding of the myriad details that impact a school's master schedule and the options available to students. And that's okay. It's not your job as trustees to create a master schedule. What is your job is to trust the experts you have hired, both inside and outside the classroom, to do what is needed to further the goals you have set. Those goals speak of innovation, equity, student well-being, successful student outcomes, and employee retention. We do not achieve any of these goals by disregarding the educational experts in our classrooms, our sites, and our district office, and capitulating to a small vocal group who want to preserve their status quo at the cost of improving the situation for all students. The issue goes beyond a site's autonomy to choose to detract the courses they choose in order to provide the experiences they feel their students need. This threatens that the board, in responding to the loud voices of a small minority, may be looking to ignore the input of experts, educators making standards and research-based decisions, and instead choose to make decisions that would undermine the work many have been doing over the past decade. If you cede this decision to the loudest in the room, where does that lead? How will you respond to the next group that demands you make a change that contradicts the work your experts are doing? Would you give in to a group that demanded we ban certain books or reflect only certain perspectives? Would you push back against those who would insist we could not use a student's chosen name or pronouns, or that students are defined by their immigration status? How is this issue any different? Tonight, I ask you to respect the expertise of your employees, to trust in the work they are doing in service both of the goals you have set, and more importantly, to our students. Thank you.
Sorry, next comment is from the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees. Okay, the next item is approval of the consent agenda. Board action to approve the following items is taken simultaneously with one motion, which is not debatable and requires a unanimous roll call vote for passage. The action indicated on each item is deemed to have been considered in full and action taken as worded therein. Only members of the board and the superintendent may remove items from the consent agenda. Members of the public may provide comments at the start of the consent agenda item, which may convince a board member or the superintendent to remove an item for further discussion. The motion, when we get to a motion, will be to waive the reading of the consent agenda, accept the reports, adopt the resolutions, and approve other items. Do you have any comments about any items on the consent agenda?
I have none. But we do have an item that has already been removed, so just a reminder.
Right, but that one is removed from the agenda altogether. Yeah. Yeah, that was removed from the item, not pulled from consent. Okay. Does any board member or the superintendent wish to pull any items from the consent agenda? Okay, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Thank you. Roll call vote.
Student trustee Yuriap,
Yes.
trustee Nori,
Yes.
trustee Koo,
Yes.
trustee Dubois,
Yes.
vice president Stevenson, president Ginn.
Yes.
Motion passed 5-0.
Thank you. Next is the information item, presentation of school facilities developer fee study.
Yes, I will go ahead and introduce this item. We do have Ilana Cunningham with us in our Zoom audience. There she is. To discuss and go over school facility developer fee study. We do this, well, she'll talk about how often we do this, every few years, I believe. And she is with Jack Schrader. And we've had I would like to say we have had very much success using them with our state, obtaining our state matching funds over the years with our construction projects as well. But Alana, I will go ahead and turn it over to you.
Okay, thank you. Can everybody hear me okay? Good, thank you. Good evening, board trustees and Superintendent Leach, and thank you for that kind introduction. I'd like to start by saying it's really nice to be here. I got my start in the Sequoia Union High School District working as a teaching assistant in an ESL class and coaching track. So I feel like I got a great start at Sequoia. So just, I thought I'd give you an overview of developer fees and, confirm that the district is justified to collect fees. So in 1986, the California legislature authorized districts to collect fees on residential and commercial projects for the purpose of funding construction and reconstruction of school facilities. Fees are adjusted every 2 years, even years, by the state allocation board. The adjustment is based on the RS means construction cost index. Developer fees may be used for the construction or reconstruction of school facilities. In February of 2022, the fees increased from $408 to $479 per square foot for residential construction and from 66 cents per square foot to 78 cents for commercial industrial construction. Your district shares fees with its feeder districts. The feeder districts collect 60% of the fees and your district collects 40% of the fees. Based on the developer fee justification study, your district is justified to collect its 40% share, which is $1.92 for residential construction and 31 cents for commercial industrial construction, with the exception of mini storage. Mini storage should be collected at 3 cents per square foot. While level 1 fees do not fully mitigate the impact of new development, they do assist with the impact of development. Based on the justification study, we recommend that the district increase fees from $1.63, which is your share of the 408, to $1.92 for residential construction, and from 26 cents per square foot for commercial industrial to 31 cents per square foot based on the current fee.
and I'm available to answer any questions that you may have. We can go from there.
I think we'll start to see if there's any public comment from any member of the public about this item. If you're in the Zoom audience and would like to make a comment about this item, please raise your Zoom hand now. Do we have any comment cards on this item?
We have no comment cards.
Okay. Does any board member have any questions or comments about the developer fees? Okay, I think you covered everything in your presentation. Appreciate that. There were no questions from the board, so thank you for your presentation.
All right, thank you. Have a nice evening, everyone.
Thank you. The next item is a public hearing and consideration of adoption of resolution number 006, which is increase in school facilities fees and adoption of CEQA notice of exemption. We need to officially call the public hearing to order. Okay, the public hearing is called to order at 7:09 p.m. Do we have anyone wishing to participate in the public hearing, Laura? Or if there's anyone in the Zoom audience who wishes to participate, please raise your Zoom hand now.
None.
Okay, seeing none, the public hearing is hereby closed at 7:10 p.m. Okay, this gets us to item 16.1, continuing the discussion of streamlining course offerings and graduation requirements. For this item, we'll first hear public comment. Because we heard about 2 hours of comment on this topic in September, I propose that the board hear 10 minutes of comment on this item, which is consistent with our board policies. So I guess I want to see if anybody has any objections to following our board policies and not extending the time. I'm proposing we take 10 minutes of public comment on this item, and I'm wondering if there's any objections. Okay, seeing no objections, we'll take 10 minutes of public comment. So what we're going to do, we're going to get everyone who wishes to make a comment, and we're going to make a list. We're going to number the list. And if there's more than 10, we found a website that does a random number generator where you put in the 1 and you put in the top number and you generate a list that includes all the numbers randomly. And we will pick the numbers of the first 10 people that the numbers align with the first 10 from the random number generator. We're going to, I think, share the list with numbers and the randomly generated sequence afterwards. Is that what our plan said? After, in a few days, not like immediately today, but that will be something we disclose. So you will all see that that's what we did, but that is what we're going to do. So if anyone wants to comment about item 16.1 that you're here, please fill out a comment card and provide it to Laura. If anyone wants to comment on this item that's in the Zoom audience, please raise your Zoom hand. If we don't have more than 10, then I think we'll be able to fit everybody in the 10 minutes, and we'll just divide the time. And if we have more than 10, then we'll give each randomly selected 10 people 1 minute. So again, if you are here and wish to make a comment, please turn in a comment card to Laura. And if you're in the Zoom audience and wish to make a comment, please raise your Zoom hand and we'll see how many commenters we have. And then we'll allocate the time. So I'll give just another minute here. I see. Okay, ma'am. So we have a board policy. Please, everyone, please, we're trying to do the best we can here. We heard 2 hours of comment before. We want to get to the discussion. So we have our board policy that enables us to, we are following our board policies. It was, as far as I can tell, no objections to that from the board members, and it's our right to manage the public comment within our board policies, and that's what we're choosing to do. So we are going to hear 10 minutes of public comment divided by the total commenters. How many cards have we received?
So I've received 31 comment cards in person.
Okay.
And then there's 2 on Zoom.
Have you numbered the cards that we have? Oh, there we go, another one.
32
Okay,
comment cards.
so last call, anyone else? If you have a card that you're, just hold it up so I know you're coming to hand it in. Okay, so we'll consider this cutoff for turning in public comment cards. We have the 32 that you plus
And-
2 online. So the 2 online will be numbers 33 and 34.
Right.
So we have 34. Do all the cards have a number on them?
Yes.
You've written a number on each of them?
Yes.
Okay, so every card has a number on it. And the 2 on Zoom are 33 and 34. So we'll do a randomly generated list between one, including all the numbers 1 and 34. And we'll hear 1-minute comment from each of the first 10 numbers in the list. So if you guys could do that, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I just made a suggestion to Rich. We have also received hundreds of letters, and if you have not written to us, you can still do that.
Okay, to the chair. So that's 10 cards at 1 minute. Okay. 1, 2, 9.
If you could let the person who's next up know each time so they can feel free if while one person's speaking, if the next person to speak can go and stand by that screen there so we can have easier transitions.
Okay, here we go. First up to speak, Susie C. Oh, and after Susie, we'll hear from Mark Peasley.
We're not doing seating of time. Yeah. We're going by the comment cards that were received. Yep. So whoever did the comment card should be the person who makes the comment. Yep.
Jocelyn, the student at MA. And are we starting here, Jocelyn? Okay. So think about the opportunities that in life that have led you here. Okay. Where would you be if you didn't have these opportunities? If people were not given a chance to take a shot at these opportunities, how are we going to evolve as a society? Coming from someone who lives in East Palo Alto, went to middle school in Menlo Park, you can see the difference within the different education kids are taught. Going to MA, I noticed a lot of my friends from EPA schools are struggling, but it wasn't because they were ignorant or obtuse. It was because they were never given the right education and support. But this can apply to anyone who struggles with school because you can come from any income class and still not be the best at school, which is exactly why giving everyone the chance to start off with the same education as a freshman helps teenagers realize that they aren't the only ones who feel this way. As a student, when I see other teens struggle in class, it makes me feel better knowing that I'm not the only one who's struggling. Now, the majority of kids who come from low income schools almost think they don't think they can achieve better because they will see their peers as people they have to compete with.
I'm sorry, the time's up. Thank you.
So please ask we not have any clapping in between the commenters that we just hear. We're going to have people that have different opinions from each other. And I ask everyone, please just listen respectfully to the comments you agree with and those you disagree with, so we can just hear all commenters. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mark Peasley. I have an 8th grader at TL. He's gonna be going to Carlmont next year. I also have a couple older kids that went to Carlmont. I think continuing to offer the advanced classes is very important because we should teach our kids that if you're bright and you're willing to work hard, you can achieve. If we hold back those students because some of the students may not be at that level, I think it's sending a negative message, because this is a lesson that all kids need to know. Once they get out into the workforce, they have a career. You know, if you're bright, you work hard, you can do better for yourself. You can provide for your family. So this idea that you need to keep everybody at the same level, I think is very negative for society. So please keep offering these classes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Laura G. and then Deb Holtzman.
I was also expecting to cede my time to a student whose voices hadn't been heard yet. Hello, I am Ashley, a sophomore at Menlo Atherton. I'm here to speak about my experience in MCLV, a class with students from different backgrounds. As a freshman in MCLV, not once did I hear from my peers that one was smarter than the other. We were all challenged. We were all participated the same, and we all learned from each other in a way that made us feel accepted in the environment. It's discriminating to say that certain students are too smart to be in a class with students who do not come from a high education. We are a diverse school with diverse students who simply want to continue to learn together in classes as much as MCLV and biology.
Thank you. After Deb Holtzman, we'll hear from Rachel Wan.
Hi, my name is Deb Holtzman. I have 2 kids at MA, a senior and a sophomore. Both are very high achieving. My senior is a national merit semifinalist, and both are straight A students. The older one had AS English as a freshman. The younger one had the merged course. We could not tell the difference and had no concerns about the change. Both had the merged science courses, which also seem fine. We do not feel that our kids have been held back by the recent course changes and are happy with the education they've been receiving. I applaud the district for making these changes in service of greater equity as well as within classroom diversity. I also applaud the district for its research-driven approach. I looked over the report prepared by Dr. Wilmot and was impressed by the research questions asked and the amount of data examined. I have a PhD in education policy from Stanford and have been conducting educational research and evaluation for the past 25 years. My conclusion from the district report was that overall, the changes do not seem to be having negative effects for either advantaged or non-advantaged students and may be having some increasingly positive ones. Accordingly, I encourage the district to stay the course with the current offerings.
Your time is up. After Rachel, we'll hear from Sarah Weinbrot.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rachel Wan, and I am an English teacher at MA, and specifically I teach multicultural literature and voice, the streamlined 9th grade course. In preparation for this board meeting, I did some math using the data from the presentation on October 25th. In 2018-2019, combining AS English 1 and English 1, 79% of students earned an A, B, or C in their freshman year English classes. Pretty good, C+. In MCLV, 2021-2023, 82% of 9th graders earned an A, B, or C. Considering this was the first full year back from distance learning, the students really stepped up, a B-. The 2022-23 school year was even better. In the second year of in-person instruction for MCLV, 89% of freshmen earned an A, B, or C. That is a B+. We went from 79% in tracked classes to 89% in detracked classes. This is not grade inflation. This is the value that students bring when they come together to learn in the same space. They bring their own experience and their own knowledge and do it together.
Thank you. After Sarah, we'll hear from Nicholas Stockless.
Hello, I'm Sarah Weintraut, a senior at MA, and I went to Longtron Las Midas. I'm what many people call a high achiever. I took 5 APs my senior year. I'm taking 2 APs now, in addition to multivariable calculus. And since being pro tracking, I have since changed my opinion 180 on the issue. As someone exiting MA, I can say that my conviction to have a rigorous high school experience has been supported. I have taken more rigor than, to be honest, I can handle at sometimes. I am proud to be a student at MA and feel as though my academic experience has been rigorous, fulfilling, and has prepared me well for my upcoming college experience. I used to think that detracking hurt students. I believed that I was a victim, but to this, I urge you all to take a look at the egregious achievement gaps at our school, and you can see who the real victims of our educational system is, and it's certainly not me or anyone else in this room. Please put this initiative in perspective and weigh the impacts. On the one hand, you have students who are losing 2 honors classes out of the over 20 advanced courses we offer at our schools, and the other hand, you have students continuing to be failed by this education system. Please, I urge the board to do their jobs and support the half of the student population that is not.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Nicholas, we'll hear from Nevaeh.
Hello, and thank you for this opportunity. I'd like to respectfully ask the board to vote on providing a clear and unambiguous instruction to the superintendent and to the principals that one of the most important goals to optimize for is maximizing the number of kids of all backgrounds who enroll and succeed in rigorous and AP classes in their junior and senior year. Direct it, measure it, and hold them to achieving it. I personally don't believe that removing honors classes is achieving this or will achieve this, but honestly direct them on the goal. And let's actually work to gather the data to figure out how we achieve that goal, because I believe despite all of the feelings everyone has, we all do want this. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Nevaeh here? Okay, next we have, I'm sorry if I can't read the writing, Ana Pedro. Then Ashley A.
Yeah. Hi, I'm from Spain. I'm the first person in my family to go to college. My parents couldn't afford it. Detracting of honor classes is all I hear in professional gatherings, social gatherings with people, and I have not heard one person that is in favor of it. For me, to reach equality, the school district must offer any student the choice and learning opportunities to access the necessary academic level to be accepted in their school of choice. We cannot change how college admissions criteria is. Hence, the only way to offer a student the possibility to do so is to give them honor classes to help them prepare for AP classes so that they can choose the college that they want to. One size doesn't fit all. Let's give the students the chance to get to the school of choice. And I'm an immigrant too.
Thank you.
Again, please no clapping during the comments. Thank you.
Okay. This message is from the president of Ravenswood. Today is the day after we all, as a district and country, celebrated Ruby Bridges' Walk to School Day. Ruby Bridges walked to school every day to learn because she wanted to learn. She walked through crowds of people holding signs telling her she didn't belong. She didn't deserve the opportunity to learn with their kids. She still went and showed up, even as the only student in the class, because all their families pulled their kids from the school because of being in the fear of being in the same class as Ruby would somehow harm their students. Today, 60 years, we celebrate Ruby and her courage. We celebrate her student, Barbara Henry, and her commitment to excellence and being in the business of learning for all students, including Ruby. I hope 60 years from now, this board will be celebrated for their courage to stand behind their teachers and their staff, and the that shows this hinderless path leads to success for all students. So stay the path and be courageous.
Thank you. To the chair, that concludes public comments.
Okay, thank you. So for this discussion about this item, what I'd like to do is first just talk process without getting into anyone's personal opinions, but just talk about how we'll have the discussion. And then after, so I know some people may have statements about what they want to say related to the topic, but for this first thing is just how are we going to have this discussion? Like, how will this look? So I have a proposal, which I'll propose. And if anyone has any objections or comments or other ideas, then we'll talk about that. And then we'll start the actual discussion once we've agreed on a format. So with that said, I'll be serving in the same two roles for this item as I do for every other item. That is, I am the chairperson for the meeting, and I'm also an advocate for what I think is best. I have some thoughts about how we can have a productive discussion, which includes more structure than we usually have during our discussions. I spoke with Shanice about this in advance, and while my role is chair of the meeting, she will help keep everyone, especially me, in line with whatever we agree for the structure if I myself am not following the structure that we agree. My proposal would be that each person gets a chance to comment before anyone comments twice, and each person keeps their comments to 3 minutes or less, and our superintendent will let us know if anyone is exceeding their time, except for the first round, where I know people have some prepared remarks, which are close to 3 minutes, but maybe slightly over, but maybe say under 5 for the first round and then under 3 for everything after that. Not counting this round where we're talking about structure. Everyone will get more turns. You're not limited to only one comment. There's no limit to the number of turns. It's just the idea that each person gets a chance to talk, and we make sure we're hearing from everybody. And you're never obligated to talk, but you have the option each time it's your turn. I just want to be sure that everybody has a chance to share their thoughts. But I also don't want to be too rigid, and if people are having an up and back kind of questioning each other on a particular point for a couple of minutes, that's okay, but not too long. So I'll try to gauge if people are having a little bit of an up and back, that's okay. It doesn't have to be just formal statements only. There can be some, clarifying questions, but if it's getting long, I will cut it off and ask that we give other people a chance to talk. For the overall discussion, I propose breaking it into 3 separate discussions. The first, we've heard a lot of what I would call misinformation, and I want to address that in a way that hopefully provides a lot of clarity for our community. And I would like to affirm our commitment to a robust set of AP and IB course offerings. There's been a lot of misinformation circling about this, and I think it's a very good way to quell such concerns is for us to pass a motion in support of what I believe all the board members want and what all the administrators already want. But I think making it official with a statement and a motion will address concerns in the community that there's any thoughts of those going away. In fact, affirm that they're staying and they're potentially getting more robust. After we've finished that discussion and perhaps agreeing on a motion, the second would be discussion of honors classes after 9th grade. There's been discussion about 9th grade experience, or discussion of honors classes, but so breaking it so that there's honors classes after 9th grade, and then there's the third and final section would be discussion of the 9th grade experience overall, which would include, we've had various discussions about 9th grade. So it would be APIB, affirmation, the grades not including 9th grade, and the 9th grade. That's my proposal for how we would do this discussion. So I invite any comments or objections or anything to that proposal. Or if you have no objections, just say no objections. That's fine.
Yeah, I support that format.
I support it as well.
Okay. So with that said, this will be the first round, and this is one where I think, I know, Carrie, you said you might want to go a little longer. So let's say under 5 minutes for the first round. Each person who wants to say something, everybody will get a chance. Go ahead.
I think it's 4 minutes. I timed it. I think we need to start by acknowledging the many concerns in our community and that some harm has been done with this discussion. My hope is that we can become clear as a group tonight on how we want to govern as a board. I also hope that we will come together not only as a board, but as a broad community. My statement tonight is an attempt to do these things, but I cannot be successful as a single board member. I can only be successful if 3 of my colleagues join me. It would be ideal to have all 5 of us on the same page, but at least 4 of us on the same page. I want to start by thanking the many people who reached out to me directly about this very complex issue. My conversation started in December of last year. I received direct and honest feedback from teachers, administrators, parents, students, and more. Some of this feedback came from people who have students coming to our district. Some of this feedback came from people who have students who have left our district. Some of this feedback came from people in our community who don't have students and will not have students ever, but they gave me feedback. I began to realize that about last week, as I was reflecting on this conversation, which is really about high conflict. Although I was in the midst of high conflict, I was beginning to see all that is good about our community. I talked to people who are on both sides of the debate, and I saw good in both sides. I want to share just 2 examples of what I found to be such good examples. One of the parents of a student in our community works at our continuation high school, Redwood. I think he was perturbed by a comment I made at one of the board meetings. And he shared with me how much his daughter enjoys the MCLV English class. He said she was thriving. I followed up with him later to remind him of his comment and how it made an impression on me. And I asked how his daughter was doing now. He told me she was confident and she wanted to take more AP classes. Another mom that I met recently lives in Redwood City, sends her son to MA. I noticed her at the board meeting that went to 1 a.m. It was her very first board meeting, and she stayed until the very end. During a break, she made a comment to me. She wasn't exactly agreeing with the district presentation, but her comment was kind and thoughtful. I didn't really have time to talk to her because we were on a short break, so I encouraged her to write a letter to the board. She did that. When she wrote her letter to the board, I responded, and she asked if she could spend more time with me. I said she could. We met for lunch and had a 2-hour discussion about her extremely gifted son who loves English. I told her that I appreciated her advocacy so much because she was being an advocate for just one kid in our district, her son. She was kind and she was compassionate. I don't think as a board, we are actually supposed to solve problems tonight or quickly. When I first ran for school board, somebody I know who's very wise, she worked for Senator Joe Simitian, and she worked for Don Horsley, and she majored in policy, has a master's degree. She told me making policy is slow and messy. And I've been reflecting on that thought as well, because to make good policy, we have to work with all of our stakeholders. Another wise person in the community that I spoke to in the last 2 weeks reminded me of a quote from Senator Jackie Spear. I had never heard this quote, but I was told she said it often. When you are elected by your voters. Once you are elected, you represent everyone. That is not an easy task, but up here, we represent everyone. We represent 8 different feeder districts that are vastly different, but we represent every kid. It is not our district. It is not our neighborhood. You do not run for this board to represent your own kids. We run for this board to represent other people's kids. What I think would work best tonight is to create a resolution of what we believe in. I didn't want to do this conversation tonight because we're in the midst of our strategic plan. But we are having this conversation. So I'm going to give some ideas of what I think we can commit to. You already said it, President Ginn, every person on this board is committed to advanced classes. There's a lot of misinformation in the community that is scaring people, and it's untrue. I also ran for this board because I care about our educators. I love teachers. I started to love teachers because I have 3 boys. And in the elementary school district, I met all these teachers that love rambunctious boys. I love teachers just as much now that my kids are out of school. I hope that we are not a board that would do something that is so destructive to the teaching profession. We already have a teaching shortage. Does everyone know that? People do not want to go into education. It's not just public schools. Private schools are also going to have trouble. So I hope as a board that we will respect the work that is done by our educators and not just hastily reverse course, because some things need time. We also need to work with our parents. Our parents are our most important partners. And keep going. Not much longer. Our parents are our most important partners. And when we do things that are big, we have to get feedback, because sometimes it's our parents that will poke holes in things, don't make us think of things that we have not thought of ourselves. So my hope is, again, that it'll be 5-0 or 4-1, that we are going to agree, most importantly, on how we're going to govern and build trust, not only with our staff, but with our community. Thanks.
Okay. Okay, that noise stopped. Okay. Yeah, I think there's been a lot of question about why are we having this discussion when we are still actively going through the strategic plan. And I did want to kind of explain the rationale for that, because I know the strategic planning process takes some time. And it's kind of the strategic plan is intended to be a long-term roadmap. And I think what people are saying is we need to do something more quickly, right? We need to respond to feedback more quickly. And also when we're not clear as a board, and everyone's asking for our individual opinions, we're not providing clear direction, and then everyone's on pins and needles. They're not sure what to expect, and then everyone's even more anxious than before. So my hope for tonight is that we are aligned, we have a clear direction, and hopefully it's 5-0. If not, if we're a strong governance team, we will live with what the board decides. And I hope that everyone in this room will always also live with what the board decides and move on, so that we could actually get to work meeting the needs of our students and our staff, because this has been taking a lot of our time, and I want to put it to rest. And also, even though the strategic planning work is in progress, we as board members have been intimately involved throughout the process. So you can see the tea leaves on the wall and where things are heading. And I think that even if the plan is not final, there are themes that are emerging. I mean, there's a clear desire from all parties of the need to continuously improve. So I think we should keep that in mind as we have this discussion, right? We all agree that we should continuously improve. And then there's been a lot of discussion about making sure that we have high expectations, that students are mastering their subjects, that there's rigor for all of our students and opportunities for all of our students. We want to make sure that we're encouraging student agency, that they have some sense of control on their decision-making, and control over their own destiny. We also want to make sure all of our students are prepared for college, career, and life, and that we foster a sense of belonging and overall well-being, wellness, right? So even though it's not final, those themes are emerging, and I think we should keep those themes in mind as we have our discussion tonight. And I think I agree with Trustee Dubois is that I believe as a board, we are unified in affirming our commitment to AP and IB offerings, right? There is a need for advanced classes, and personally, I believe that all students need to have an opportunity to accelerate and to advance to their fullest ability. And it shouldn't matter which school they went to in middle school and what opportunities or roadblocks they had there. There should be an opportunity for all students to be able to take the classes that they are passionate about, that they have the ability for, and we should encourage them to challenge themselves.
So I'd also like to echo a lot of what was said previously. I think this is important for our governing board to get aligned on a single issue. I think, the amount of the hundreds of emails we've gotten since last December, the, hundreds of people who showed up to our board meetings really is a testament to how deeply our community, whether it be our parents, our students, or our teachers and administrators, really care about education. And I will say that is one thing that I've always admired about our district. And I think it shows in a lot of ways how committed everyone is to advocating for what they believe in. And I really think that is something that makes our district very special and is the reason why we have so many students who come out of our district feeling like they've achieved so much and are set up on a path to succeed in life. But I'm also cognizant of the fact that not everyone might have such a great experience with our district. And I think that should always be our goal of continuous improvement, to see what more can we do, not only for those who are struggling, but also those who, we might think are just doing okay and getting by. What more can we do to push them to their fullest potential? And I think I would echo that I do believe that we all share a commitment to advanced courses. I think I'd be more interested when we get into that discussion, or we're going over some specific areas where I do feel like we're kind of lacking in terms of AP courses, but I do echo all of that what we share. And what I would say overall is, no matter how this discussion goes or what our board decides to do, I personally will say that I will support this governing board for the good of our district in being aligned so that we can achieve the important work that we do every single day in educating our students. And I think that is really important in ensuring that we have a conducive and well-functioning district. I was there during the COVID pandemic, and I did hope that the divisiveness and dysfunction we saw then would never happen again. And I think that might be too much to ask for. And, divisiveness is not necessarily bad if we disagree, but I do think we do need to come together after this meeting to ensure that we do meet our goal, which is giving every single student in our district a great education, so that in 4 years they can look back and say, high school was some of the best years of my life. I learned a lot, I made a lot of new friends, and I had fun. So, yeah.
Thank you all for your comments. I've been pondering over what I should talk about. And of course, I get a little emotional. So I'm going to try to be a little bit more concrete, which is totally different than my personality. I met with a think tank of people. I shut out the noise. I did read some emails, but I kind of shut out the noise. For me, and that means a lot of the voices, not noise in a bad way, but noise like there's just a lot of information. As an introvert, when you really want to hear about what's happening, sometimes enough talking and then a little bit more of processing and looking at things from a multicultural, perspective in context. So widening the lens to understand our why. So in 2013, there was a report that was written by the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights for San Francisco Bay Area called Pushing the Line, Addressing Inequities in Sequoia Union High School District Student Assignment Plan. And it was really about, when my children were in middle school, it was really about where should we send Ravenswood? And the only reason I'm talking about Ravenswood, because it's not the only school in Area E or our county that has students that are similar to Ravenswood. It was my first time as a parent coming to this meeting. It was packed like this. And I heard the staff and the principals and so forth say, we want you here. And some of the messages that rung clear during that time was that they will bring down the grades. Why are you doing this? It's not going to make our school district better. There was a lot of like what I would call microaggressions, coded language. And so at that time, I had a choice to go to private school or public, to be honest. My kids were being recruited just like any other kids. And so, but I decided to come to Sequoia because regardless of what was being said, the district said, the staff said, come to us. And there were principals, I still remember them sitting all on this table over here saying, we want you. And so I walked away, was like, Dad, is that what California education is like? Because I'm from Ohio, we don't do that. So I'm like, all right, cool. Maybe it was just that one-time deal. It is now 10 years later, and that was kind of the sentiment. That may not have been someone's intention, but we talk about impact, right? Impact is different than your intention. That may not be what your heart wants to do, but we say things and we do things that still impact people. And so I was like a little perturbed by that and thought about that. And then I met with a think tank. I said, okay, I'm going to step back, not judge Sequoia on these last two meetings, and say, is Sequoia a place where all kids can learn? Regardless, let me just say this, all kids can learn. I think the best of all kids. At every graduation last year, I said, you are the best of Sequoia, whether it's a small adult school where there's 20 people up on a stage, or whether it's the program over here where there's like 3 people graduating, or whether it's the massiveness of Carmont and the pomp and stance and all that good stuff that I have fun with, or whether it is the small cultural graduations. You are the best of Sequoia, because I truly believe that. So when I met with the think tank, which was a cross sector of people that I pulled together, because I'm humble enough to know that I got blind spots. So I put together people whom could be in the same room with each other, hear each other, and name my blind spots. And I thank those individuals. They were teachers. They were as far as Belmont, San Carlos, all the way down to East Palo Alto and Menlo Park, and folks who were guiding me who couldn't be there, who were administrators in other districts. And so I really got a real true understanding of what is it that I am missing, right? And so the first thing I thought was like, hey, this is great. I could imagine, is it only just for the social economic disadvantage, which I hate that word, in the way that our—
A quick time check. You're at 5 minutes. So
done. I'll do it. If y'all don't be mad at me. Okay, so if that is happening, I'm trying to take you in my brain, that if we didn't have those labels, would we want kids in the same class, learning together the freshman year? As we were discussing this, one of the people said, who was part of my think tank, a student said, why are they running from us? That's an unintentional impact. So I'm struggling because I said, okay, I have some things I want to share later about recommendations. But where there is no vision, the people will perish. And so we don't have a vision. The last board did. They had some values, that they signed off on: equity, quality teaching, those kinds of things. But we have not signed off on any values. And I'm going to wrap it up. And so I will say this.
the community of East Palo Alto, which is the one that has been called out in spotlight on, is a community of immigrants. They are from Africa. They are from the Dominican Republic, La Muchican, Colombia. And their story is like no other. And they are powerful, powerful people. And we're on the roots of Nairobi community. And these are people whom they said to Crystal and I, it was us against the world. I hope that is not the story we're trying to give them. I am open to the discussion, but I also want to bring a picture of the people that we're also talking about, that have been highlighted in reports. And I'm looking at you, wrap me up. Thank you.
Jacob?
All right, so I want to, I'll keep this brief. I want to start out with urging the board, as Trustee Ginn said, to protect the community against misinformation. Yesterday at the Student Advisory Council, I had a student kind of almost in a scared voice ask, are they really taking away all of our advanced and AP classes? And, obviously we said we denied, and absolutely not. The current AP and honors classes that you have are safe, but it truly showed me how important it is to ensure that we're not fear-mongering and ensuring that the whole community knows exactly where the board stands and what the board potentially wants to do for current AP and current honors classes. I further want to echo what a lot of trustees have said today, except from the lens of a student trustee, that both Zahara and I know and try as best as possible to present all students that have opinions or even don't have opinions on this issue, whether you're here today or you're not here today. We see you and we hear you, and our preferred vote will go towards the side which we know best supports all students, not any one small faction, all students. And further, both Zahara and I want fair and equal representation in all classes of all students. Further, I want to mention how, I've heard some comments on the supporting, teachers and supporting students, and I wholeheartedly agree. And I think that it's important to recognize that there is no one group of people that is unanimous, and whether the community disproportionately supports one side, at least the people present disproportionately support one side, there may be a lot of people at home that support an opposite side. Similarly with the students and similarly with teachers, as we've clearly seen, there is a split of expert opinion on both sides. And I would further urge everyone, students, community, teachers, administrators, and the board to refrain from personal attacks and transforming this into an ideological and ad hominem debate and war, and hope that after this issue is resolved, everyone agrees to go with what the board decides on and continues on that path without looking back.
So what I want to read, I call understanding the concern. So I believe that all students should be grouped heterogeneously in all subjects through 5th grade. Starting in 6th grade is when at Las Amitas we started grouping people in differentiated courses in math based on their level of interest. I was part of putting that in place. Before that, it was started earlier, and we moved it to be starting in 6th grade. My belief is that by 9th grade, there should be differentiated classes in all the subjects. I encourage everyone to think about at what grade level you think differentiation for students makes sense. California recently announced a new math framework, which, as I understand it, recommends that most students take Algebra 1 in 9th grade, with some students accelerating in 8th grade. I'm against this plan because it's delaying acceleration 2 years later than I personally think is best. At a San Mateo County School Board Association event earlier this year, the organization recognized the school district from Santa Clara County. They brought him in to be the guest speakers. They honored them with this dinner. When you heard the presentation, the only concrete change they had made was the removal of math for 7th grade students. In a couple weeks, all the members of this board are scheduled to attend the California School Board Association Annual Education Conference. Included at the conference are breakout sessions where school districts present ideas to other conference attendees. To be included as a presenter, district presents a application and a committee selects for ideas, whichever they think merit inclusion at the events. One of the sessions at our upcoming conference is titled Excellence for All in 9th and 10th grade English, with a subheading Equitable Access for All. The presenting school district has removed honors for 9th grade and for 10th grade, and the conference organizers believe this is an idea that should be shared widely. At our study session in September, we reviewed the details of the streamlining of course offerings in our district, and every few years, our district has removed another course. Combining the trends and ideas beyond our district with the specific actions taken by our district with regard to the removal of course offerings, I understand the concern that people have that the removal may continue. I know there's also a lot of people calling for the removal to reverse, but that it will continue. And there, as others have said, there hasn't been a clear vision. No one has given an alternate clear vision, and I'm hopeful that we can provide a clear vision today. And I've heard a lot of, but I think were a lot of positive comments about my first proposal, which was related to AP and honors classes. So for discussion purposes, I have a proposed motion. I'm not asking for a second at this time, but if anyone wants to comment on it, if you think it's getting it right or you have thoughts or anything else you want to say, but my proposed motion is as follows. The Sequoia Union High School District Board affirms the district commitment to a robust set of AP course offerings at Carlmont, Menlo Atherton, and Woodside, and of IB offerings at Sequoia. We ask our superintendent to bring to our next meeting a list of core AP/IB offerings, which our district will use the best efforts to offer at each of these sites. This list is not intended to prevent any sites from also offering additional AP courses. The idea to have a set of core AP and IB courses that we want to have included at every site. So that's my proposal for a possible motion. I'm interested in any discussion about that.
I'll go. I'm a little concerned about a motion that we haven't had time to reflect on. And in my comments, we don't do things without our teachers and without our parents. So I don't understand why we have to rush to do a motion and a vote right now when we're doing a strategic plan. And the way this normally should work, when the board is voting on something, we kind of have a clear idea in the board packet. So as board members, we have time to reflect on what we might be voting on. And we have time on our own to go and seek out advice. So I don't understand the rush. Actually, the student journalist from MA interviewed me today, and he said, "How are you going to vote?" And I'm like, I don't know what the motion is. So I don't understand why we have to do this now. So I'm interested in what other, and I don't think it's going against what I have suggested, that we do things in a thoughtful way that builds trust.
So I would disagree a little bit. I mean, I would support the motion that President Ginn made. And I think it's important because, you know, we do say that it's on our website that one of the myths is that we're eliminating AP. A myth is that we're eliminating AP courses. So I think if there is misinformation, we as a board should say that we have no intention of that. And we do fully support having a robust AP and IB offerings at every site. And I think that's important for everyone in our community to know that we do believe in the value of these classes and we want all students to be able to access them. And I think the reason I would especially support this is I do think there are some inequities in our current AP offerings at different school sites. And I think there's some core AP classes that really should be uniform, that you can just, if you happen to go to one high school, have access to, that in another high school, your only option is to pay $500 and take that AP class online. And I think those are some core equity issues we talk about who can access those type of resources, that and why it's important to have that core offering that we commit to having at every high school. And I think it is a reflection of our values. And I don't think, because I don't think the motion was to mandate it, it's to ask staff to come up with a presentation or a list that, we can commit to and say, this is what we do believe in terms of our values of valuing having a robust AP offering and IB offering. So that's kind of my thoughts on that issue. But
yeah, I mentioned earlier in my opening statement that I agree with affirming this because it's really a point of dispelling myths. So it's not like a typical board action where there's a lot of presentation from the staff and research. I mean, the presentation was done last time. It's supposed to be discussion. I mean, I would see this more as giving clear direction versus necessarily an official vote. But I guess if we want it to be super clear, then you can have a vote. But really, it's more just a direction from the board so that the administration and all the staff know where our heads are at. So I don't think that it's inappropriate to say, hey, we as a board agree that we support AP and IB offerings. And I do want to make sure that, if you go from one school to another, that there is some kind of similarity because sometimes existing students will transfer to other schools for various reasons. And if all of a sudden the curriculum is different, that's a problem, right? So you want to make sure that there are some parallels between the schools so that which high school you go to doesn't also limit your opportunities. Obviously, a large comprehensive school is going to be different from a small high school versus a very specialized, right? So there's some differences there, but at least amongst the 4 comprehensive high schools, if you do need to transfer, we want to make sure that there are some similarities, as well as, there's individual school culture, but at least the class core offerings should be similar.
So I was wondering, first of all, I thought that was part of the presentation that you pulled all the data together about what classes were eliminated, what classes weren't, what classes were being offered. Am I misunderstanding that, Crystal? Well, there you go. There's the binder. Because I thought we did that. So it's a sincere question. I thought we did that as part of the process, which I was like, are we asking them to do something again? Yeah, because I'm
So what I intended to say with my initial statement was that there's been a pattern of every few years a course going away. There's been no direction of any kind of where that going away would stop. The board report, as I understand it, explained what had gone away so far and why, and what was replaced, but did not say that at some point we're done. There was no and as far as I know, there's nowhere where it says
your question,
this is where it's stopping. So my proposal is that we say it's stopping before the APs. Like it does not include AP courses going away. And I don't think that there's been a position by a school board of this district on this item at all. And there's misinformation, as I understand it, that courses will be going away. And I'm interested in there being no doubt that they are not going away. And I think there's nothing better than us passing a motion that says so.
Okay.
That's my opinion.
So then my question is, I'm thinking from a widening the lens. We have English language learners and they have shared, that there's a department at Sequoia and there's classes other places. So at what point do we begin to look at all of it in its context of all the kids so that we can also make sure that we're seeing things in all perspectives and that there's equity across what courses are offered for all students, whether it's a small specialty population or whether it's the general population or whether it's whatever, right? I don't have a problem with getting a list, but I just want to make sure I could imagine that someone's going to say, well, what about all these other, are we going to do that kind of audit for everyone else? And so I don't mind asking, but it's also at setting a precedence. Are we going to be doing that for some of the other areas of need that we have. And I'm just
Just to
using
answer your
English
question,
language
I
words.
don't perceive that there's concern that the district can remove other courses in other areas of need. If there's an area where you're afraid courses will be going away, or you've heard concern from the community that courses are going away, this is the agenda item to talk about it. If you've heard of specific courses, we've seen emails, please don't take away the AP courses. Like, we've received emails like that, and that which is, I'm trying to specifically address a concern that I'm actually hearing. So if you're hearing other ones,
Okay.
I'm
for
not,
some groups, they may not be sending in an email, but they're
or they may not
talking
be
to us
afraid that the course is going away. Maybe they
That's
are.
not necessarily true. So I'm just wondering, without debate, I'm not debating with you in the sense of I don't want to do it, but I'm just thinking, if you do this, are we going to do that that is setting a value and a principle and a practice, right? Like, I can say, I want to know what everything you're doing for this population or for that population. And we're setting a precedent. And so I'm just wondering, how are we going to manage that if that was to come up again?
I think what Trustee Stevenson is getting at is the part where you say there's going to be core set of AP classes. I think that's what she's referring to, because if you say that across all of our high schools there really should be a core set of offerings, that could then roll over into other areas where we start to set a standard of each high school needs to have like a set of core offerings for this population or for that population. Is that what you're getting at, Trustee Stevenson?
Mm-hmm. And I'm not well diverse in everyone's need, but I'm just wondering about the president and the practice and the implications of that. And what is it that we're trying to get to, right? Because if it is, we're just trying to get a list, or are we just, if we just say a statement that we're not going to do that, right? We're not going to, unless they're not A through G eligible, we're not going to not do AP and IB. That should be enough is what I'm thinking, right? Speak into the microphone.
Jacob, would you like to speak in this round?
Yeah, I just want to affirm that it feels as if having a core set of APs at the traditionally AP site seems like a very equitable thing to do. And it also feels as if this isn't an issue coming out of the blue. AP courses and affirmations for the safety of AP courses have been implicit or explicit from both sides from all sides of the issue throughout this whole process. So yeah, this doesn't feel like an issue that's coming out of the blue, and I support it.
Crystal, do you like to comment? Okay, go ahead, Carrie.
So I have a question. Sometimes something that seems so simple has unintended consequences. I'm okay with affirming our commitment to advanced classes, but getting into the details is concerning me. Could there be unintended consequences? Or is this completely safe to do? Because I know that the master schedules, for those of you that know, they're really complicated. You have to have enough teachers. You have to, it's a nightmare to do comprehensive. I think I'm seeing some nodding out there, to do these master schedules for our comprehensive high schools. And Sequoia is very different from our other schools. So this is why I can't believe feel like we have to rush something right now that could, and there have been unintended consequences from past decisions. And that's why we need our experts. So Crystal, could there be any unintended consequences from this? Is it completely safe?
I think it would depend upon the language that is used, but I think we all can commit to continuing the current AP IB offerings, as President Ginn has said, with the opportunity to add additional and different AP offerings. Sometimes that changes upon what students may have an interest in, and we are always evaluating students' interests and pathways, especially in our wide range. I do think that it is important to write wrong information we have heard and we have read several emails that has this misrepresentation that we are removing AP classes. And so I do think that it is important for us to correct that information, but it depends, like, it would depend on what the language would say.
So what if we add a sentence to be reviewed in a month if there's unintended consequences that cause problems?
Or we could just remove the core AP classes part of it.
So that we could, but I mean, I guess unless we're not open to, maybe we're open to that concept and we come back to it, but I believe there are, well, Safik, maybe you can speak to whether you believe there's sites that, whether there's courses that you think should be offered at some sites that are offered. I guess I'll say I believe in equitable access to educational opportunities. And I understand that certain sites may have specialty courses in maybe a language that all the sites don't have, or there could be reasons why there's specialty ones that don't exist everywhere, but there should be core ones that I would think every district committed to AP and IB offerings would offer all of them. Potentially. Go ahead.
So there is also there's other factors as far as like having enough students who sign up for an AP exam and can we actually run the section. So that's where we just have to be careful with the language. But again, if we are trying to acknowledge the misinformation that potentially is out there, then I believe that the statement is simple, that we are committed to the current AP and IB offerings, and we continue to look at offering additional AP classes and additional offerings. Trustee Nori and I have been in conversation about one specific one that we are looking at, and we're looking at the need where it is a situation where we do have students that have a desire to take that class and are having to pay $500 to do that. So I see like that being something that we would continue to talk about, but I think for the purpose of what we're trying to do based off of the original study session from September is to make a statement that we are not going to be removing any AP or IB classes.
Yeah, quickly, I just think that's fine, but I think what we should do is I like the part where we talked about, committing to constantly adding more, because I know the College Board constantly tries to come up with new courses to meet student demand. And I did hear things from teachers at MA the past couple of weeks about how there's interest in the social studies department and the English department to offer some new course offerings that the College Board has, come up with in the recent years. So I think if we commit to keep our recent addings, but also, I've seen in this district that there has been interest in adding more AP courses. I think, adding that to say we're committed to, offering new AP courses when appropriate. I think that would be good too.
Mm-hmm. And I think, given what Trustee Safik said, I think if our goal is to increase the number of students taking AP and IB courses, that it should be focused on creating interest for students who historically haven't taken AP courses, to find subjects that they would want to take the AP, IB courses. I also want to underscore that our community college, I want to call it Live in the Promise, but that is not right. What's our initiative? Is it Live in the Promise? Okay. I thought it was a song. I was like, Live in the Promise. Sorry, y'all, I'm tired. So that I know, I actually talked to a trustee at a feeder district, and they end up going to a different school, but they were talking about the dual enrollment and how that was counted towards AP. So I do also want to talk about our college partnerships with Foothill as well as Kenyatta to really think about how to use that as a robust way of getting some of the college credit, the IB AP credit, because some of them do, and I know there's policies out there. So I don't want to take away from that. That's why I was like, I think there's some other stuff that's out there. And I wonder, I know when I tried to do dual enrollment, it was like difficult. So like if there's some way that we can make it easier for families to be able to do that, in partnership with our community college, I think that that is also an option, as we heard from Tide, and how beneficial that has been, as well as our middle college.
So the area where I'm not hearing necessarily support, I'm hearing support for some sort of affirmation, but not a support that there's certain courses that we want to see at all the sites, not from Carrie, not from you. So I didn't say what the list would be. And you also are no. So do you have something that you would do? One of you have anything that you would support about affirming AP offerings?
Can we use the microphone?
So I think we're making a strong statement that we're committed.
I think
You
I
don't
would
have to be exact right now.
I think I would amend it. I'm sorry, is someone talking? So I would amend it to say, to look at AP courses that would get to our ultimate goal, as far as our dashboard and the commitment of our district is to increase more students to have this interest to take AP courses. I think that is one of the ways to do that, is to, if we were to add, of course, according to interest and need, but also this as AP for all, like how can we get kids in there by offering courses of interest for them as well. So, but not the
Okay, so I was trying, just as a reminder, I had the words use best efforts, which is intended to capture if there's not student interest, if there isn't a teacher available, or other things that might happen, which might make a certain course not able to be offered in a given year. So I had just that there be a best efforts attempt to offer certain range of courses, because I know, Safik, you have the opinion that certain schools have some offerings, that other schools should have similar offerings, and I'm aware of some of them as well, and that I think it may be because there's not a teacher available to teach the course, and maybe other reasons. And I would just want to know that the district was using best efforts and trying to have those offerings available to all students. Again, I believe in equal access to educational opportunities, and it shouldn't be, if you go to one school, you could take AP chemistry, but if you go to another one, you can't, for example. But I guess what I'm looking for now, if there's something that the majority of this board can support, it sounds like, Carrie, you don't want to support any motion tonight.
Motion about that we all support AB class, advanced classes.
I can make a recommendation.
Again, this is.
Yeah.
So for now, for this item, to keep the same number of current offerings of AP and IB classes that we currently have. That's just writing any misinformation that's out there. That's just a commitment as of today. That doesn't mean we will not continue to look and evaluate and do all that. I want to state all that, but what I'm asking the board, we're absent of board direction. We will be continuing to keep all of our AP and IB classes that we currently have, and then we will continue to evaluate student need and evaluate offerings as the desire comes up, absent of board direction.
So my question is, again, if we're going to start operating in a way that builds trust, I mean, normally that motion is fine, but going any further, we need to get feedback from principals and teachers and parents. And I hope we operate that way, right?
So we're
Please,
continuing our meeting.
Please just let us, there's
about.
not public comment. This is just for us to have a deliberation, for people to listen. This isn't a time for public comment.
I have nothing else to say.
So I think I'd like to words other than I'd say, instead of saying keep the same number, would be not reduce the number. Can you read it with that revision?
Not reduce the number of current AP IB offerings.
I make that motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Or can we do a roll call vote?
Student trustee Yurya,
Yes.
trustee Nori,
Yes.
trustee Ku,
Yes.
trustee Dubois, vice president Stevenson,
Yes.
President Ginn,
Yes.
motion passed.
Okay. So I had proposed two other areas to discuss. One was offerings after ninth grade, and the other was the ninth grade experience. Does anyone want to comment about offerings after ninth grade?
In terms of offerings after ninth grade, I know a lot of the discussion has been kind of that big jump between college prep level science classes versus the AP and having something in the middle. And, you know, basically, I just want to make sure that there's always an appropriate onboarding to the AP class. And so the way I see it is that if it requires a student's family to seek outside resources in order to reach the advanced classes, or the student has to just kill themselves and figure out a way, then our district has not done its job, right? Because that means families with the means will find a way, and they'll take classes outside of school to supplement their learning in order to be able to be successful in their AP class. And that leaves those without the means left behind. So I do think that the answer may not be to introduce another class, but it's what do we provide in terms of skills and preparation for the level of rigor of an AP class in the college prep level class. And I think that's the most important piece. So I'm not advocating one way or the other, but I think that there is, I think that's the lens we need to have, is to make sure that our students do not have to rely on outside resources or spend their summers trying to get ahead in order to be successful at the next level. So I just wanted to make that statement.
President Jen, can I say something? This is more general speaking, right? The number of 5150s during COVID and after have steadily increased, in some ways stabilized, but high, right? So I am wondering, I know a couple of friends who go to different high school, private, public, and charter in this area, and the number of students that are pushing themselves beyond the limit, trying to bring honor to their family. And some may say that's a private family issue. But we do have an increase of 504 plans around kids having anxiety, suicide ideations, trying to continue to do more. And I know at the college level, as I've called around and read many articles and talked to a couple of my colleagues who are at the college level, that it's not about I know I'm not trying to cut them at classes, but I'm just wondering, how do we create a well-balanced student? Because even as they go to college, there's a level of pressures there too, in learning how to care for themselves as well as excel.
That's 3 minutes. We're just going to.
Okay, so how does that fit into this picture?
Jacob?
Yeah, I just want to talk from the lens of someone who I personally have taken, physics that previously had the option of having AS physics and so on. And I totally agree that there's this big problem of anxiety. My question is that problem of anxiety exacerbated when we go from a grade level where almost no advanced classes are offered to suddenly junior year where, students are allowed to take 6 APs? And I genuinely think that by having, the classes that have been taken away, such as science offerings like AS Physics, AS Chem, and AS Bio, that kind of bridge could be mended, where while that definitely is an issue that students are suffering mentally, maybe by gradually, step by step, preparing them for this level of academic rigor in 10th grade to be ready for this level of academic rigor in 11th grade may be helpful, because those same students that are trying to bring pride to their family, as Trustee Stevenson mentioned, are now just doing the same in 11th grade, except they're going from 0 to 100 instead of maybe 50 to 100. And
Please, I ask that you not clap. Can you guys please not do that?
And I would also urge the counselors, admin, the board, teachers, faculty, etc., at all school sites to reevaluate and urge as much as possible all students to take all classes, urge all students equally to take the honors version of a science class, and similarly urge students, whether they did take the normal class in 10th grade or took the AS class in 10th grade, to both take the AP class in 11th grade if it's offered and if they themselves feel comfortable with doing so. And while I think there are benefits in terms of the content that students learn in each class, I also think that there are a lot of benefits in terms of the academic rigor and skills that students may learn more of in AS classes, especially AS Physics or AS Chem versus normal physics and normal chem. And I appreciate every single teacher at every single school district site, but simply reporting based on the student perception, specifically at my school site, there are comments going around of normal physics is soft, I'm bored, it's too easy, from a vast variety of very diverse students. And while that class is definitely right for a lot of people, I think that offering the academic opportunity and offering the choice of another class for students that may feel bored in that class seems to be a very beneficial direction, and is also not in contrast to the arguments on all sides of the issue of having a standardized 9th grade class and having students learn and be open to and experience diverse perspectives during their 9th grade year, as this would happen in 10th grade.
So I ask a question. What was your point at this point? Because it sounds like it's different than what Jacob is saying. What was your last recommendation that we were talking about?
So at the moment, I believe we're talking about course offerings not including the
10th grade.
after 9th grade.
After 9th grade.
So
Which is
because
10.
10, 11, 12.
Okay.
And because I heard in comments from board members and others things about like the 9th grade experience and
Yeah.
common 9th grade. And our
Okay.
website says there isn't heterogeneous grouping after 9th grade. Jacob's mentioned some courses that have gone away that are from after 9th grade. And so I just seeking
Gotcha. So
clarity
at
if to the
10th
extent we
grade
want to
and
make any
and
statement.
beyond.
Correct, because
at
I
10th
think you yourself said something about 9th grade at one meeting. And so that's why I thought it'd be
Oh, okay,
good to
gotcha.
separate. We're not talking about 9th grade here.
We're not talking about, we're after 10th.
9th grade will be next.
Okay,
But
so my comment is different than Jacob's, and I understand what you're saying, but from a clinical perspective, when we're thinking about assuming that there is a jump there, right? There are also ways in which it's not because some people who are struggling with their mental health, it's not because the course is so hard and you jumped. This is sometimes just part of the pressure of trying to keep up with other individuals because there's stigma on taking other kinds of courses that give you a well-balanced approach to be able to do sports, do other things that cultivate them.
and I've heard Carrie say this all the time, because there's multiple intelligence. There's like 12 of them. It's just not intellect. There's also other things as well. And so I wonder, are we giving an impression to students, if we're talking about rigor is the only way that you can do that is by taking 5 AP classes, which you can, like, hey, that could be great. And I want you to be alive at the end of the day. I'm gonna be honest, right? And so how does that play into this discussion of after 10th grade? I honor what you said, and there's 8,000 kids. So I'm trying to make sure what is our, which is really hard for me because we don't have a value statement. So that it's really hard to talk about this. You can talk about choice, but do we have values, right? What is our values around that? And I know we're still trying to figure that out with our strategic plan. And so we haven't even talked about that. So I'm trying to figure out, where does that go? Given that I'm on the leadership collaborative for Children's Health Council, they see the numbers going up. It is in some of our areas of Cupertino, it's in Palo Alto, it's in our area, it's in parts of San Mateo. It is not unusual, which I think there are biases there that who need services, but in actuality, the ones who are being hospitalized are the silent populations who are doing rigor, and that camouflages the social and emotional need. So I just wanted to put that out there as a thought.
So I'm happy to go next. So I agree with a lot of what Trustee Stevenson said, but what I'd like to do is I think you can bifurcate this into 2 issues. I agree with you that there is a problem that we need to teach our students how to develop healthy boundaries and not stress themselves out academically at the cost of other things. But what I'd say to that is, as much as possible, we don't want to force our students to make these healthy choices. We want to give them the autonomy to do it themselves, because the problems you identify, tell you firsthand, don't go away in college, where no one's going to tell you what classes to take or, force you. You're completely free to yourself. And there will always be people who, are taking crazy amount of courses and doing all kinds of stuff that makes you feel like an imposter. So I think our role in high school shouldn't be necessarily to force students to make these decisions, but give them the tools so they can make healthy choices for themselves. And that's what I'd say. I agree with you, but I think we have to give students the chance to make these decisions and teach them how to make healthy ones, not force them down a path that when they do have choice, because eventually everyone will, they don't know how to handle that in a healthy way.
So I just want to review something I said at our last meeting, which is that I believe that our course options affect our community's perception of our schools, and that over time, the community's perception of our schools will have an impact on our schools. So I think there's a connection, and I don't think we should ignore that or pretend that the course offerings will not have an impact on who chooses to move to community, who chooses to go to private school or not. And so if the goal is to have a diverse class of students, and a large number of those people choose to go to some other school, then you don't have the diverse set of students in that class. So just that's an impact that I think shouldn't be ignored. And I also want to just address something that I've heard many times, which is that we're only hearing from a vocal minority. The implication is that even though well over half the parents who contact the board prefer that honors classes be offered, that the people we're hearing from only represent a minority view. I think I've heard that in comments tonight. It's a small group. We keep hearing this small group concept. I think this is wrong. And I think that a vast majority of people believe that a school with a greater amount of course offerings is better than a school with less course offerings. I think if you just pose that question, which is better, a school with more course offerings and more with less course offerings? And a lot of the people that are making decisions don't know that much about our schools. They're in the feeder districts, or they just moved to the area, and they do some research, and then they make a decision. As elected officials, we must very often make decisions with incomplete information. We have not received survey results from every resident of our district clearly detailing their views on course offerings. And we will never get such information, because we know if we did send a survey, we'd only get like a 10% response rate. And so we will never know what every person in our district thinks about this issue. We heard a public comment from a member of our community, not tonight, but earlier, who also wrote an op-ed for local papers. He described himself as a brown immigrant who spent the first few years of his life in this country in a crowded, low-income studio apartment. His article included the sentence, and this really stuck with me. Many parents of children under this board's charge have remained silent for fear of accusation of racism or retribution on their kids. And I know this fear is real because I've heard from people who had it happen to them. We may be hearing from the vocal minority, but I don't think it's because most other parents don't agree with them, but because I think other parents are hesitant to come forward with their opinion. So I think we're hearing from the vocal minority of who we hear from. So I just want to put that out there because I've heard tonight that this small group of people, and I want to say that I don't think it's a small group of people. I think it's a very large group of people. And I do think that the course offerings are going to affect our schools. And I just share, I share that again.
May I speak? When you look at the numbers, that's about 13% of our population. 13%. If I just take raw numbers, right, is a rough, right? How are we getting the other 87% to hear their voices? I've been on the board for 3 years. We had at one time when we had a survey sent out, nothing against you, Crystal, it was before you came. And we were trying to get prepared for who we were going to hire for our third time. And we had gotten 20 Spanish-speaking families to fill out the survey. And they are what, 43% of the population. We said nothing about that. We weren't outraged. We didn't say, go back and do the survey. Let's extend the deadline. So I'm struggling with, no disrespect in the red, but I am struggling with how we're able to listen to this population, which is no problem. I think you're doing the right thing to advocate for your children. I'm going to say what I'm going to say, which is just your children.
To the board,
because I'm your children. And I'm saying that specifically for a point that the other 87% or 73% or whatever, or 76%, we said we didn't even throw out the survey again. So I'm struggling with your comment because we don't apply it to all situations. I'm just saying, I'm not trying to disrespect, I'm just saying a point. When another survey comes out, it was 8% of the population. We didn't say, come up and let's talk about this. So I'm struggling. Is it going to impact who comes to our school? Maybe. I already know somebody from my community who left already within the last month because they were welcomed at another school. And so to me, one is many because they're not coming to this meeting because we're not engaging them. And so we don't know what they mean because we have no engagement plan. I do agree that we are not engaging all families. And I'm talking about on the other side of the east side, the other side of El Camino. Are we getting that feedback? And I'm just using the most distinctive numbers, which is the Latinos. And that's great you're here, but there's others.
You're at 3 minutes.
There's others. There's others on the east side that don't get to hear, and we have not searched them out. And it has come over on every survey that we are not maximizing the number of families that have a voice on the east side.
Okay.
Yeah,
Open to whoever wants to comment. Go ahead.
I wanted to actually echo Trustee Nori's comment about really trying to help foster the sense of student agency. And that's not necessarily to continue to increase the number of choices necessarily. But if our goal is to make sure that students are later on successful in college, career, and life, there's always going to be decisions that they need to make and pros and cons with everything. And I think class selection is one of those items where they need to really assess what their passions are, what they're interested in, and not take every AP class under the sun, but actually focus on the ones that bring them joy, that they really want to go deep in, and then not kill themselves. And so that would address some of those kind of mental health things. But I mean, there's also this underlying stress and pressure about getting into top colleges that no one's really talking about, but there is that stress out there. And I don't know how to calm parents down about that stress, and also students down, because people look at the US School and News and World Report and all those rankings, and they say, I need to make it to the top schools or it's bust. But that kind of mentality is contributing to the anxiety and stress that everyone in the community, students and adults alike, feel. And so I don't have an answer to that question, but I think if we're trying to be student-centric, is that the most important thing that our students should be seeking to achieve to get into top colleges? Or is it to learn from exploring in high school, to learn from their mistakes? They might take some risks. Maybe they take 5 AP classes and realize, oh my gosh, that was not a good idea. I need to pace myself. But I think we do need to really focus on helping students be able to self-reflect and then make decisions. And if they don't agree with adults, or they want to give feedback to adults, to give them the confidence to be able to do that. I think that's the most important thing we should be focusing on in terms of after 9th grade. And so I think honors classes, remedial classes, tutoring, there's a lot of different ways to get people to be more successful in rigorous courses, but we need to make sure that the students are part of that decision-making and are empowered to actually seek out those opportunities and ask for help when they need it, whether you're struggling or doing well. I mean, there's that student agency piece that I think is very important.
Am I allowed to? Coming from a community where a lot of students echo the sentiment that Trustee Koo just expressed of, students really wanting to get to the top of the US News and World Report list. My question is, by not offering those advanced and honors courses past 9th grade, who are we really hurting? Because I personally know of students that can pay and did pay that $500 to $2,000 to take advanced chemistry, to take advanced or honors physics, and they were able to use their wealth and privilege to gain an advantage that students that may have been who may have been equally motivated or equally have desire to take such a course were not able to do. And that's why my question is, by not offering that opportunity, which students are we really hurting? And I also want to quickly mention and respond to the minority comments that Trustee Stevenson and Trustee Ginn brought up, and say that even though we've only gotten 13% of our community responding to the survey and the urging the board to do something, it is our job as a board to extrapolate and to listen and to think of what every single member of the community is thinking. And it's important to note that it's not as if this 13% stands in stark opposition to the other 87%. We really don't know what those other 87% stand for. And it really well could be that a lot of those 87% support the same thing that the 13% support. They just fear, as Trustee Ginn briefly mentioned, to speak up. And I know, especially as a student, there definitely is at least some fear inside of me for speaking out as strongly as I have on one side of an issue. I am thankful that I come from a community and I come from a school where, first of all, there is a population of teachers that agree with me, but the population of teachers that don't agree with me, even in my classes, are willing to engage in respectful discourse. But especially at this moment, in both my and a lot of other seniors across the district time of applying to college and seeking letters of recommendation, some students they don't feel safe speaking out on such an issue where it's very clear that certain teachers are rightfully, as they should be, very passionate and supportive of one specific side. But my point of saying that is that it's not as if everyone that hasn't responded and everyone that isn't making their voice known stands in clear opposition to what those 13% want or desire.
I'm just not feeling comfortable with this. Normally, I know this is an add-on to the meeting that went till 1 o'clock and we ran out of time. But normally when we have conversations like this, it's after a presentation with our staff, and our staff is there and we get feedback from them. And I feel like we're just running amok, and this is unusual. We can operate this way from now on. So normally there are times that our staff members will clarify things, will tell us what they can do and what is harder to do. I don't understand why we're doing this. I don't understand. I mean, I'm the only one. I don't really feel that if this is making it easier for our leadership, and if it's making it better for our whole community. But as I'm looking out, I'm seeing some pain again. So I don't really see, we can operate this way, if this is the way the board wants to. Am I the only one who feels this way? This is not the way we normally have board discussions, just us.
I think we're having, which I disagree with the discussion, just because I want to be clear why I didn't want to have the discussion, because I wasn't clear about how we were going to have this discussion. 1:30 was a little too late to be having a discussion. I'm just going to be honest. I was ready to go sleep. So I understand why we needed to have a part 2. What I am struggling with, and although I disagree with Jacob, I think we can't assume that a certain percentage of people agree or disagree because we don't get information. And so there's an assumption about what presence or no presence mean. And so I say it specifically because that has been our tendencies. And so it's really hard to have this conversation because we don't have a earnest feedback from communities that have experienced the class themselves, or have experienced or had a different experience at school, positive or negative, doesn't matter to me, or indifferent. And it's not a clear process. And that's not new for me. It's not new because today is the discussion of heterogeneous courses or course selections or what experiences will look like. This is typical. And so I am really struggling because when I hear students, the message to a student is to leave our district because we have not asked them, nor have engaged their parent, they leave. And so it's not a real estate issue for me. It's a question of an environment where you feel safe to give your feedback. My daughter has given feedback to her teachers and never felt threatened that she was going to be
not recommended for something because she had a Black Lives Matter walk and people walked with her and some didn't like it and she didn't care, but that's her personality. And yet there are some students who may not feel that safety. And I heard that my first year on staff, on board from students in AP classes, right? And so I'm just wondering about this conversation and the precedent, and if it's going to be this narrow discussion, or are we going to open up the lens about what that really looks like? And if we're going to really make a motion to be able to say, the lesson learned from this is that we didn't have a great communication plan. We did whatever it was. I don't think it was malicious. It was just the intent didn't match the impact. So how can we open this up beyond courses to give direction about how we want to communicate to our community, how we want to engage them? Because what we don't do also gives a message. If we say it's okay that only 20 people fill out the survey, but 13% here does this, we're giving different messages of equity and being heard and who's important and who isn't. Granted, that may not be our intent, but our actions are saying that.
So I'll just say, I proposed a discussion of after ninth grade. I think that includes all the classes and all the schools that offer ninth grades. I wasn't trying to limit to any. I specifically phrased it in a way that didn't limit. So if there's something that you are interested in addressing, Shawnice, I think it's wide open to address whatever, if there's certain courses that you're concerned about or anything about the course offerings.
Mine is more of a process issue. Because I think it's really hard for me to talk about courses. We have over 1,000 courses or something like that.
So what I'm looking for,
I don't know how to comment on that. I'm not an educator.
Well,
right?
we just commented on AP course that we are seeking to not lower the number and potentially
want it.
not make the number lower. And
Yeah.
and we gave clarity to our community. And there's been changes in our course offerings over the last several years without any framework, strategy, guidance from the board as to what it was about. So maybe I'd be interested in trying to be clear, to give clear guidance to our superintendent as to what the board direction is. I think I'm unclear what our board strategy is or how we even think about this. And so I'm seeking to get my first goal would be that we in this meeting with some clarity as to what it is. So we can all, as some of you said, and I agree, whatever the board decides, we can go forward with that. But that would imply that we decide something, even if it's high level, even if it's a high level framework, something. So that's what I'd be interested in doing. Are you timing me? Because I want to make sure I don't go too long either. So I just want to a couple of things, addressing things that people have said, just to comment back. If there is no choice and there is no agency, we talked about students having agency, but if there's nothing to choose between, then they have no agency. I've heard of a concept of a no barriers district where you minimize prerequisites, let students who want to stretch, and that's a comment, that's a thought that appealed to me. It kind of goes with while we didn't finalize it, the high expectations with individualized supports. People can choose if they want to stretch, but if they don't want to, and on the stress comment, no one has to, if there were to be 2 levels of a course and one level had more than the other in terms of homework or stress or whatever, students choose. So no one's forced to take the harder one, or the one that would create more stress. I think to you, Carrie, you asked why we're not having a presentation from staff. I asked to have staff time. Oh, I thought you said we're moving forward without a presentation from staff on anything. But when I asked about having staff time to work on this, I was outvoted.
It's not presentation. It's that we normally just don't go on and talk and talk and talk without the staff being here to at least, it's not set, this meeting is not set up this way. I think what I would propose, we have a motion that we are all committed to AP classes. Going any further, as one trustee, I need to seek guidance from my community. I think you're being too specific for me. You guys can keep going, but I'm going to stop. Because we have never had a meeting set up this way, where this is a big issue, and it's just us talking. We've never done it before. We can do it. That could be our new role. But I am going to disengage. But
Yeah, I'd like to add a comment to that. This was not supposed to be a standalone item. It's part 2 of the study session.
Yeah, that's.
But you can ask, I mean, if it is the part 2, then anyone who presented at the study session, you could ask.
Seems like the
clarifying
meeting is not
questions.
set up that way for it to be comfortable, right? At this point.
But I think the decision or the direction that we have to give is, are we staying the course or are we making changes? I think that's ultimately the direction we need to give. So if we want to cut to the chase and
better.
avoid all the sidebar conversations, because everyone's afraid to cut to the chase, the cut to the chase moment is, are we staying the course and making continuous improvements, or are we bringing back old courses? Right, because
So I would just challenge that it doesn't, when you say bring back old courses, you could add a new course that's different from one that's been offered before. It doesn't, so I think that we understand that new courses, my understanding is that there are new courses now in place that are superior to the courses that were in place before, and additional courses that were also removed. So I wouldn't say that we're choosing either do nothing or bring back an old course. There's other paths. It could be, look to expand the offerings, or look to shrink the offerings, or leave the offerings exactly the same as a strategic thing. Or we could say we have no opinion about the offerings. If what you want to say is you have no opinion, and that would also be guidance. As it is, we have not given any. We haven't. I think my time's up, so I'll go to someone else.
I mean, I think the thing I would say is I do think it's our role to give direction. We did hear the staff presentation. I think I'd like to echo what Trustee Coos said, that at some point the buck stops with us and we have to decide what we want to do. And I think that's ultimately why we're here. And if that wasn't the case, like, we wouldn't have a concept of an elected board. So, no matter what we do, I don't think we can hide from not wanting to make a decision. I think we have to decide something. And like I said, I'm sure Trustee Ginn and everyone else agrees, we'll support what the board decision is, but I think we have to make a decision. We have people here to answer questions. We heard the presentation. We ultimately decide what we want to do. And I think the only thing I disagree with you, I don't think we have to, be as like broad as saying completely stay the course or reverse the course. And I did appreciate President Ginn, breaking it up into sub issues, because I think that allows us to be more nuanced, which I think is important. So ultimately, yeah, that's kind of like what I would say. I do think we have some responsibility here.
So just for the purpose of discussion, I have a possible thing that maybe we could agree on and maybe we couldn't agree on, but I'll just, for discussion purposes. The Sequoia High School District Board recognizes the value of having a diversified set of course offerings. The district will retain existing honors courses after 9th grade and will use best efforts. I'm not saying mandated, use best efforts to offer, in addition to the A through G compliant college prep option, 2 additional options in each of physics and chemistry. Both could be AP at each of our 4 large sites. So that addresses the classes where the options have been removed after 9th grade. I didn't specifically use the word honors, and I said both could be AP, which I think means at least one site would need to change nothing. Doesn't say what specifically is in the class. Doesn't say bring back an old class. So that's something for discussion purposes, because either we decide we want to say nothing, or someone has some other idea from our choices here are, we could just agree we're going to say nothing, or we could say something, and I propose something, and I'm very open to other ideas if we want to provide any sort of clarity on our philosophy, the what, not the how. Yeah, the what, not the how, right? What do we want for students after 9th grade? And then how it happens would be up to the administrators. and the teachers. All right, so go ahead.
So why can't you wait for the strategic plan? We're going to have much more feedback. It's almost done. Why right now?
That could be a proposal that we say that we want, that our strategy is to wait until the strategic plan is done and make no decision before then. That could be what, if that's what you want to propose, that could be a proposal.
That, and then I don't like having a conversation where it's, I mean, yes, we set direction, but we've never done it like this. If we're setting direction without the ability for people to give us feedback right now, our staff.
So
Because I know this stuff is complicated, and like tomorrow I'm going to call some people and get more input, and you're asking for us.
So I'll say, I don't want to continue having this agenda item over and over and over. I would hope that we conclude and with whatever decision is and move forward as a united board with whatever the decision is. If you're suggesting that we delay making a decision until some later date to give guidance, and we have no guidance, because the course catalogs for next academic year are locking. So if there's any direction of any kind, of any interest from this board for next academic year, if we don't provide such input tonight, then we are basically deciding to provide no input on next year, which is something we could choose. Like, the choice of the board could be to say, we want to say nothing about next academic year. We want to wait for the strategic plan. And that's what we're doing. But that would be our strategy, and that would be fine in terms of, it would actually be a strategy.
So I have a point of clarification and comment. So back on during the study session, when we were talking about 10th grade, which is primarily around the sciences and so forth, and I believe that the department chair at MA had talked about like what it would potentially look like if we brought back a new offering, and that class that was there before no longer exists because it currently does not meet the NGSS standards. Looking at my principals, I'm seeing nodding. I also know that for us, the reason why I'm mentioning this is because there has been conversation about next year. We're currently talking about 10th grade. For any changes and designing of a new course, which would be required because the old courses do not meet the new requirements and standards. It's about 1.5 years. It's going to be more than a year. So, but I would also just like to, remind the board in a very respectful way. But as I stated before, I mean, as educators, like, we are constantly looking at everything that we do and balancing and calibrating it. And we have heard the comments that have come in about potentially classes being soft, and those will, continually be calibrated and looked at and evaluated and different decisions made. So I just want to provide that point of clarification that even if this was board direction and it were to occur 1.5 years from now, potentially for the following school year, that in between time, we are going to be continuing to balance and calibrate our classes that we're hearing comments about.
So I just had a quick question about that. So maybe my understanding is off, but from my understanding, Woodside offers AS chemistry. So how is it if it's one high school does have an NGSS class and the other one doesn't?
You can come up to the podium, Karen.
Testing. Okay. That is accurate. Woodside continues to offer AS chemistry. However, we are in conversations. It does not meet the NGSS standards. What we're operating under is the old approved AS chemistry course. The other schools were ahead of us in making the change earlier. At this time, we are in serious conversations about doing away with it because we're looking at the AP chemistry course, we need to align with the new NGSS standards. And right now, we're doing our best to make sure that the students get the standards that they deserve. So we are operating under an outdated AS chemistry curriculum. And as you, can I address some of those? No, okay, I'm going to address the board. I am committed, we are committed to continuing to offer the AS and AP courses that we have. There is no, we're not going to make a knee-jerk reaction or change to the AS chemistry because it takes time to create and design the curriculum. But
please, no comments.
The other
comments.
schools have already designed the AS chemistry course with the NGSS standards. And that's it. Actually, they did not the AS chemistry. Sorry, they did away with the AS chemistry course. They have the college prep chemistry course, and now they have the AP chemistry course. So we are the last one standing. It is an outdated course.
Can I have a quick question? Sorry.
Sure.
I'm just genuinely interested. Why is the like the direction to remove the course instead of possibly amending the course to fit NGSS standards?
We're working on that. That's actually what we're doing because we're committed to maintaining what we currently have. However, it's a redesign. It's really what we should have is the AP chemistry class. That's what we should have.
Okay, I'm interested in trying to move past the 10th grade and beyond discussion. Just trying to understand where, if anything.
I mean,
so again, I'm not.
I would support your motion. So if the other three want to vote no, I'm happy to take a vote on that too. So if three of the board members want to continue with the status quo, I think we should formally acknowledge that instead of kind of leaving it in like a vague place.
I mean, I do have a question of why specifically adding. So you're clarifying. Let me clarify. So you're trying to add 2 courses?
So
Is that what
no,
you're saying?
the idea was to have 3 classes in each of the subjects. Some schools already have 3 classes in the subjects. The idea was just to have choice for students in the subject and maintaining existing. And then, because there's only the honors classes that have gone away at some of the sites are science courses, 2. So we either say, leave it like it is. I was proposing to add a option of choice. I didn't specifically use the word honors, but having a range of courses, so whatever name it might have, was a proposal, best efforts, and to have some choice for students after 9th grade. The alternative is we say there is no choice in any of the first year science classes, and that's our strategy, which could be a strategy. Or it could be a strategy to say we don't want to say that we have any strategy. If that's what it is, and then whatever, if there's anything that a majority of the board wants to say is our direction, and that could be the direction. It could be we just want to wait until we have the strategic plan. That could be our direction. So I'm just looking for the majority of the board to support something, and I've proposed an option, and I'm wondering if you either support it or you have some other thing that you would want to support. And I challenge you on the same, Carrie, if there's something that you feel you'd want, like maybe whatever.
Yeah, I think if we're defining, we want to give board direction to add 2 classes of any kind to increase the rigor. I think that's overstepping our role and responsibility, because as a board, we should be saying, we hear the feedback that for some students, the current setup is not working for them, but we should not be dictating a solution, because there's many different ways to try and address it, from continuous improvement. There's other like academic teams that you could go in there, because I don't think we have anything like, chemistry Olympiad or, you know, academic decathlon type stuff and other things to kind of challenge students. There's many different ways that we could try and ensure that classes are being improved. And if we all agree, then we say, hey, we wait for the strategic plan, but also that we want to see what are the continuous improvements that we're trying to make to address the student feedback and parent feedback. So in some sense, that's more of a communication plan. What is our strategy? Because even if you add new classes, it's going to be a year and a half, 2 years. It's not going to be that immediate impact that everyone is looking for. So if we have feedback, and I think for continuous improvement, after the end of every course, there should be a feedback loop of some kind. What's working, what's not working, and then we try to fix it right away. It's not fix it 2 years from now, right? And so I think we could start with that and give some kind of direction that, hey, we want to make sure that that every kid is being challenged and students that are struggling are getting the support they need. And then we'll let the staff figure out how to best do that. But I think by saying we must add 2 classes, that's overstepping our role.
Okay. So Shanice, do you have an opinion on this?
I agree with Amy.
So do you 3 of you want to
I agree.
propose a motion?
I agree with Mary.
Put it into something that we can support, that you would vote yes on?
I don't know exactly what my motion is, but it's really centering around continuous improvement, right? I think the most important thing that we need to capture is the student feedback at the end of every course, and then make those improvements. And if we have a goal of eventually giving more options to our students, you know, maybe that's founded in making sure that there are options for our students to be able to have that agency without dictating that it needs to be 2 classes, right? I mean,
Are you interested in a more general
yeah,
statement in support
more
of
general, that we
agency?
want to make sure that students have options and the agency to select from different options, and that we're going to support them in selecting the classes that make sense for them. But the focus should be on continuous improvement and making sure that there's what is one thing that we're going to do in the spring semester of this year that's going to improve the class? What is something else that we are going to do that's going to improve the class for fall of 2020?
I feel like that's way more specific.
Well, I don't know, but I'm just saying, I think the district is already doing that as part of their normal course of business based on what Superintendent Leach is saying, right? Because they're constantly
yes.
evaluating.
Yes, and it could be that, I guess I'm just looking if there's something that 3 or more of us can agree to. And I proposed something and Sophic supported, the other 3 of you don't agree with those words. And you proposed something that both of them said, nodded yes to, but it's not clear to me exactly what it was. So I'm just looking to see if we can be clear on what our direction is. So that we can all, as we've said, go forward supporting the board direction. We need to know what it is.
Can I restate
Sure.
it?
Yeah.
I need a break after this. I need
Okay.
a break. So what I hear Amy saying is that part of the process is continuous improvement. That's assuming that we don't do it. I assume we are, but that's an assumption that we don't. What is the formal process? If there's no formal process, can we give direction about how to do continuous improvement? And I would add on, how do you communicate that to the community so they don't feel like they didn't get the information? Is that what I'm hearing?
I think that's part of it, yeah. It's really to make sure that we're clear on what's working and what's not working, and there's like a formal feedback loop, and we communicate those changes. And those will address more of the short-term needs than trying to create a new class.
The thing, I still support Rich's motion. The only thing I'd add to yours is I think the board also should be kept in the loop. Cause I don't think this is something that we can just stay and then never address again, because I think that also stems from the misinformation when the board doesn't know what exactly is happening. So I'd be interested in at least some sort, doesn't even have to be a presentation, maybe some sort of update for us to know what is the continuous improvement that's happening. Cause I think there is a concern that was shared by a lot of people in the community. So it might be good for us to know what we're doing to address it. But I would vote yes on Rich's motion, so I don't know what
The other, yeah, it sounds like we haven't, what I'm hopeful is that we can find something that has at least 3 people to support and we can move forward. That Jacob, go ahead.
While I also support Rich's original motion, I don't know how specific you're planning on getting with the feedback loop, but depending on that level of specificity, I urge the board to explicitly state how student feedback will be received, collected, and prioritized.
So as we talk about kind of going back to the what and not the how, and then I'd also like to go back to a lot of the majority of the feedback, not all, but the majority of the feedback that we have received that calls out specific classes is not calling out the science classes. And in 10th grade, and the data that was presented in September was pretty clear that the scores were up in the science. So I would just, like, when I'm listening to the board, I'm hearing you struggle coming up with something, and you do not need to come up with something for 10th grade. So it was an opportunity to talk about 10th grade. Again, we also have board policy regarding constantly looking at it and for feedback. So we can bring that policy back to the board so that you can look and make sure that that is aligned in what we are doing. But I just want to make sure, like, I feel like we're kind of going sideways with this conversation related to this part of the conversation.
So while I don't agree with you, then I think the thing we should do is 3 board members should make a motion saying they approve the status quo, because I don't think we can just not say anything and then, people will be like, what actually direction? So if that's the direction, then I think the board member should make a motion and second that we want to continue with the status quo.
I was listening to what Amy's comment was. So are you making a motion, Amy? Since that was your suggestion?
I think we should finish this section.
So board policy 6141, the Board of Trustees desires to provide a research-based sequential curriculum which promotes high levels of student achievement, emphasizes the development of basic skills, problem solving, and decision-making. Upon recommendation of the superintendent or designee, the board shall adopt a written district curriculum which describes for each subject area and grade level the content objectives which are taught in all district schools, and goes on and on and on. So we can also bring this policy back at a future board meeting for discussion and further review, or just to revisit what we currently have as well. That is policy 6141.
So the only problem I have is I am very much not okay with us just kind of like leaving it adrift. Like, I think if we support the status quo, like you're not going to have 2 board members go rogue and say, oh, we like disagree with it. But I think we should be formal that that's what we're doing. So that's why I'm just kind of confused about some of the hesitation here to take an actual vote on it.
I'm just trying to figure out the right words. So I think, yeah, so because we are working on the strategic plan, I do want that to complete and come to fruition. So I do recommend that we not make any wholesale changes to what we've already done, but focus on continuously improving in this upcoming year, because the strategic plan is ending this year. And so we'll have more clarity on alignment on what we're trying to achieve, the what. And as part of the strategic plan, we're also going to define the measures for success. And those measures for success will influence what kind of options or what kind of support we're trying to give to our students to meet our stated objectives.
And also our North Star, which we talked about, right? Our North Star, because this has really been a thoughtful strategic plan with lots of feedback, deep feedback. We've never done a strategic plan like this before. So, yeah. So is that also part of it? Just the vision.
But I do want to make sure that maybe it does make sense for a review of policy 6141, but I do want to make sure that we have some way of responding to the feedback that we've heard thus far, right? Because like I said, if new classes are created, it sounds like the lead time is 1.5 years, and it's not going to influence the upcoming school year, which is what all the parents in the audience are looking for because they want something done immediately. So what we can do immediately is focus on those improvements that we could make to the existing courses and then give us time to complete the strategic plan.
So are you suggesting revisiting the specific issue after the conclusion of the strategic plan?
Yeah, depending on our objectives and our desired measurements, we can look again if our course offerings support that or anything needs to be tweaked. But I think it's a little premature to do that right now, and it's not going to have the immediate impact that families are looking for.
The reason I ask is I think both the community and the students are scared that this may result in the issue just being kind of like put in the parking lot and not revisited again for a while. And while I agree that, doing this with more information about the conclusions of the strategic plan may be beneficial, does saying that we will do that offer the chance that we just don't revisit it at all in the future?
Jacob, I hear you. I think if we actually put it on the calendar versus put it in a parking lot, that would be different, because then there is not an infinite, we will talk about it, versus the strategic plan, knowing when that ends so that we have our North Star, and then 1 or 2 months after that, depending on if we have to do something by law, we have to do certain things during certain months. As long as that is taken care of and there's room to move it around and we're in agreement, we could have it within 2 months after the strategic plan is done. Because I would prefer to have the strategic plan, because we do not have a North Star. Without a vision, the people will perish. We will make decisions that don't have the North Star in mind.
I don't know if you want to rephrase what I was saying, because it might be a little long-winded.
So I'll just push back a little in that usually strategic plans aren't so specific that they would answer this specific question. And it's going to be something like high expectations with customized supports is going to be the thing. And then based on that, we're going to revisit this discussion in 6 months. Now we know high expectations and individualized supports is our goal, and that's somehow going to, I guess it may or may not be the strategic plan is so specific that it resolves this one way or the other. But if the decision, what I think I'm hearing support for is make no decision tonight, and maybe you want to put a month in which we revisit, and maybe you don't.
I think the commitment from tonight is that we want to improve the course.
Well, that's already happening.
Yeah, it is already happening, but then we need to clearly communicate what are we doing to improve the courses right away, right? Like in the spring, what are we doing to hear the feedback? And then in the fall, what might be doing? I don't know what it is. I know that evaluation is going on right now. So that, I think that's the commitment from tonight, that we need to do a better job of communicating like what we have heard and what things are changing, what people have observed in the classroom.
I think I'm going to recommend that we just conclude this discussion with no motion, take a break, and then move on to the third part, because I don't know that we're going to come to anything that's clear direction. So that's my recommendation.
I think that is not fair, right?
Okay, I made a
What-
recommendation. Go ahead.
What I hear us saying, maybe I'm wrong, is that we want to wait to the strategic plan. The strategic plan, you're going to have to give us the timeline of when we expect that to be done. Within 2 months of that ending, now that we kind of have our North Star, how does our decisions, whether it's this decision or some other decision, how does it fit into our North Star? Right? And that's our strategic plan. There's nothing to point to. What I hear from teachers is this: what do you want us to do? And we have not provided the vision for that and the values for that roadmap.
So, sorry, just to clarify, Trustee Stevenson, you're saying we should come back and revisit this after and make a decision and align with the strategic plan?
I do. I want to make sure whomever we're making the decision, whatever, whether it's classroom, whether it's whole child, whatever it is, it has to be in the context of the strategic plan, because that gives direction. And I'm listening and seeing Jacob saying, but it just sounds like it'll never get back on the agenda. So we can't have the parking lot on this. It has to be put in the agenda as soon as we complete the strategic plan. Then we can say, oh, this is what our vision is. This is what our community wants. This is how it looks. This is how it fits in. Let's give some direction and vision on the what, and the staff decide the how. So how can, I think we need the vision. I've always thought that, because I felt like we have not made decisions since I've been on the board with this larger vision in place.
So would it be fair to say the board direction to our next president is that 2 months after the strategic plan is complete, within 2 to 3 months of the strategic plan being complete, to have this agenda item back? And that's board direction that I think.
The
that I think
item
it's-
of
whatever,
of the
go ahead.
course, or the course selection, which we're not,
Whatever you want to say. I'm just, what are you?
I would figure it out with my vice president and the superintendent, what that would look like. But
So say broadly, this
Broad-
discussion in general, within 2 to 3 months after the strategic plan is completed, is what the board direction is.
Can we also somewhere within that, in order to best serve all communities and respond to the 1.5 year timeline, can we within that include like a stipulation about course catalog finalization, so that it doesn't take even more time if there is any decision that the board comes to after that?
I believe that's principles. Y'all help me. Isn't that part of your?
Don't go there. It's just our
No.
discussion. No, don't go to them. But I mean, what we know, there's an 18-month timeline for a new course. So if the window has to be completed by end of November, then it needs to be started by May of the year before. It's going to be completed by the end of November, assuming it's 18 months. But I know that summer is tricky with that, how you count the months maybe. So maybe it needs to be by April. How about whatever month it would need to be effective within, would it be 3 academic years from now? If it's 18 months to make a change, and if the work would start in April of 2024, it would be completed by November of 2025 and be effective in September of 2026.
With the idea that we are not decreasing the number, what I hear, we're not doing the reduction of AP classes. Right, that's why I'm saying, like, if you're talking about it like a package, we are holding, waiting for vision, discuss it. I can't change the process of I can't change how long it takes people to do the course. Like, that's our job, is to give direction, but we have to give direction within vision. So only thing I can take a piece of that is our responsibility is within the vision of the organization. So that is what I hear Amy saying. Amy, you can talk for yourself and confirm what your recommendation is.
So, quick question. So then does that apply to the next item too? So are we just kicking both till after the strategic plan to decide?
I want
or-
to discuss the next item separately. Because there's other, let's just, one item at a time.
Yeah, so I think that is, my intent is that we're so close to the strategic plan, that I think in the near term, we just need to focus on the continuous improvements and then kind of follow up on it and have a more holistic discussion.
Okay, I think
So-
that's clear. I think
So
we're clear.
it's not clear.
I think
Yeah.
what we're saying is that there will be a discussion about course offerings after ninth grade after the strategic plan is within 3 months of the strategic plan being complete.
So what I hear is that so we did the study session in September and we did the report that had the data. So are you asking that that report comes back with additional data to look at the same course offerings to validate that the choices that have been made? Or are you looking at what is currently in board policy, that we are continuing alignment with state and district goals for student achievement related to the district's curriculum in our current course offerings? Because those, what I'm hearing are two different things.
Do you want to propose what you think you've heard that works for you, that you think has agreement?
No, I don't think we have agreement. Yeah, no, I mean, I feel like I'm hearing, like what I'm concerned about, which I need to be very clear, like with coming back after the strategic plan, are we looking, the strategic plan is done. We have our goals, we have our values, we have our vision. Are we revisiting the streamlining of course offerings again? Or are we verifying that our current course offerings are aligned to what we agreed to in the strategic plan? Because September 20th was to validate the decisions that we had made, kind of draw that line in the sand, bring everybody up to current, right? Because these have been decisions that have been made over a 10-year process.
Please, no comments. This is just the board having deliberation.
Well, I don't know. From my perspective, it would be more the latter, because we do have existing classes in place that were part of the review for the study session. So we would evaluate again, are those existing classes meeting the needs of our strategic plan, and then making a decision from there.
I think though too, I mean, so absent a board direction, like when I dive into 6141, I think that's in there. So I know that trustee Nori has vocalized wanting a motion. So that's something for you guys to discuss or for someone to make the motion. But I think, trustee Koo, we can address that through 6141. I think that would come through naturally, and we should bring this front and center so that we're all aware of this board policy.
You're saying just point to our board policy. Shawnee's, are you okay with that?
So again, my recommendation that Shawnee's, you reacted negatively to, was that we end the discussion on this topic with no motion, because we have. Go ahead, Sophic.
Or wasn't that agreement that the three, what did Superintendent Leach propose that the three of you got agreed to?
Continuing what we're currently doing, was
Yeah,
that, as I
continue
understand?
what we're currently doing and then evaluating the current classes and how well they meet the strategic plan that we come up with, and then make a recommendation from there.
So
So-
that's not an action. It would be to come back to
Mhm.
an agenda item in the future. And I guess what I'm unclear on is what would that agenda item be?
We know our teachers are making improvements right now. It could be a brief board presentation on the changes that have made. Would that work, Superintendent? I mean, it wouldn't be the 1 a.m. meeting. I mean, because I know our teachers are doing things and our staff is doing things. Right. So it could be an update.
Yes, we will, I mean, we will be doing, I feel like we're going to be doing that. We're just going to be doing that. Yes. Absent board direction, we will be doing that.
So can we vote on that?
I don't know if the, if there's, my understanding of it is the recommendations do what would happen if there is no motion. So there is no motion to make because that's what is going to happen anyway. And so that's my recommendation was we just end this portion of the discussion with no motion. Because there's nothing clear to vote on.
To continue the status quo?
When you say status quo, it doesn't sound very good. This audience is going to boo me if I talk. I think about the letter we got from your two favorite teachers, right? Your two favorite teachers. And they said that our staff has worked incredibly hard and they believe in this and they're still working. So what we could say is this major initiative that is really hard to do needs more time, right? It's not the status quo. They're improving it and we're going to communicate better. And there's been a lot of miscommunication in the community.
So I agree with that, right? I agree
Right?
with what you're saying.
So think about those teachers, what they said and what other teachers have said. So disrespectful to just say, we know more. And we're going to reverse it right now. I mean, you guys are fine doing that. I am not. And I really do. I mean, you know some of the letters we got, right?
So I'm willing to
Up for
support
their
that if that's the board direction, right? But
It's not
this,
status quo. That doesn't.
no, I know, but my point is, if that is board direction, we should be formal. Like I said, I will support that and advocate for that. But right now, not doing anything is having no board direction. So if that's what we want to do, I'll respect that as a board, but I think we have to formalize that in some way. That's my only point.
Just be clear, Suffolk, you're saying you'd vote yes, or that after the vote
No,
was
that I would
concluded,
support it.
you would
I would
support after it had happened?
After it happened, I would support it.
Okay, so I think you maybe have language you think that
Potentially some proposed language is a motion to have staff come back to meet board policy 6141 and further discuss and evaluate the classes that were presented at the 9/20 study session. So that would be the current offerings that we have.
Think now so that's when we're done with the strategic plan, or
That
even.
I'm just proposing motion of what it would look like to come back, but
Oh,
yes, we could add a time frame if you'd like.
Would that motion also have time for like a study session, time for public comment, or would it be solely administrators presenting the plan?
We would not decide that now. That would be up to the board president and myself when we agenda plan.
Okay, so I will make that motion. Does anyone want to second it? Let's take a vote on that.
Can you say your motion again?
I'll make the motion that Crystal made.
You made the motion that Crystal made. Crystal can't make the motion.
Trustee Nori, motion is to have staff come back in accordance with Board Policy 6141 to regularly evaluate the classes that were presented at the September 20th study session.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? You want to say anything about your motion?
You might get 4-1. Oh, no.
All right, I'll just say that I am fine with what is going to happen. I would prefer that something else happen, and so I'm intending to vote no.
Oh, I agree with you. I just wanted us to take a vote because it didn't seem like anyone else wanted to make a motion on it.
Okay, roll call, please.
Student trustee Yuryev,
No.
trustee Nori,
No.
trustee Ku,
Yes.
trustee Dubois, vice president Stevenson,
Yes.
president Ginn.
No.
Motion passes with 3 yeas, 2 noes.
Okay, it's 9:43. Let's take a break until 10.
$50 instead of 10, because 10 is 17 minutes.
Sorry, what'd you say?
9.
Okay, let's return to our deliberations, Shawnees. Okay, the next area to discuss would be what I suggested was the 9th grade experience overall. Given the discussions that's happened so far, I'll just check if that is still. And I have some things to say on that particular topic, and I'm wondering if. Okay, yeah. So reminder, we're going to go with the 3 minutes, and Crystal will let each person know if they go over 3 minutes. Yeah. She'll do that for going forward. She'll let anyone know if they go over 3 minutes. Go ahead, Tommy. Yeah, I'll be less than 3 minutes. So, this is a time to talk about any thoughts about the 9th grade experience. Anything about 9th grade? I split it.
I'm sorry, to the chair, can we make a motion for to
Before
extend
we
the
get to
time?
10. Yeah, okay, since we're clearly going to go past 10 PM, since it's 9:57, we need a motion to extend the meeting past 10 PM.
I motion to extend the meeting past 10 PM.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. So I'll open the floor to anyone who would like to make any comments about or thoughts on the 9th grade, anything about 9th grade. I split it this way because we heard some comments, I think specifically from you, Shawnees, about 9th grade experiences, things that you've said in the past. So I don't know if you want to start by clarifying or refreshing us on your perspective, or anyone else can go. I'm just
This is just opening comments. What is this?
So we've had two discussions. This is the third one. Now we're talking 9th grade only. We're not
grade
talking about 10th through 12th grade. We're not talking about AP or honors. We're talking about 9th grade.
We're talking about one piece of the pie. Okay, gotcha. I have some questions around, and maybe this can be a discussion for us right now, because I do think language makes a difference. Is what is our definition of rigor for our district?
I don't know that we have a district defined a specifically board approved definition of that word that I'm aware of. In fact, I think there was a lot of debate about it in some of the strategic plan meetings that I don't know that it concluded. So that's my current understanding.
Well, I mean, I can share. So I think it's hard to define that word exactly, but my experience does mainly come from MA, but I can unequivocally say from talking to people who went to hundreds of high schools across the country that the MA English department is probably among one of the strongest in the entire country. And I would not be surprised if that extended to the other high schools in our district too. And I think, that's kind of been its reputation for a long time. And I think that reputation really does stem from the fact that it has a lot of amazing teachers who are really passionate about English and care about their students and really push all their students to try to achieve at, levels that the students themselves didn't know that they could. And so much so that, I talk about this with my friends who went to numerous other colleges, that they'll say that, I might have only done okay in taking MA English courses, but when I come to college, I'm easily the best in my class, and no one else who went to a bunch of other high schools can compare. So I think that's something that's really great about our English department. And I do acknowledge that maybe not everyone had opportunity to access that. And I think that's something we should focus on and try to improve so that everyone can have that experience and come out of it, being a good writer and feeling like they were challenged and improved and, discovered themselves through English. And I think that's something that's really important. Kind of more like broadly what I'd say is I think when that course was rolled out, I think we do have to acknowledge that it might not have gone as smoothly as planned. And because, that people only have one shot in ninth grade, there might have been some people who felt hurt about that experience. But what I will confidently say is I do think since then it has gotten better. And I do think that's something that we as a district can acknowledge, that there is more rigor in the class, no matter how much you want to define it, than when it was first introduced. And, maybe that was because of the pandemic, but it might not have been rolled out as smoothly. And there was some hurt there that we need to acknowledge. But I think we can also acknowledge that it's improved. So I have mixed thoughts about whether or not I do think there's value to having some sort of a unified experience. I don't know if it needs to extend to everything. And I do think there's value there in ninth grade. But I do want to acknowledge that I think some of this feelings might come from the fact that we are renowned. Our district is renowned for having a very, very strong English department. Even if you go to Stanford, people know that people who come from our district are very strong writers, right? I think it's testament to our journalism programs, all in all, that we have a very strong English department. And I think the question is, what can we do to ensure that everyone has access to that?
Yeah, I think in talking to so many parents, I do, let me back up. I think our definition of equity is that every kid gets a block, right? And kid that needs more help gets a bigger block. The kid that needs more help gets a bigger block, but also that tall kid in the graphic. So that could be the extremely gifted kid, right? So when you think about the kid that is just so gifted and reads so much in English and is just dying to write more, make sure that all kids are getting what they want in a truly differentiated way. And we do want to think about all kids. And then, yes, the community building experience is really important to me. I got in trouble before thinking that you couldn't really do it in a super powerful way. I can't say it again in the classroom, and I got beaten up over that. I was thinking that I know, I mean, to me, it's easier sometimes in other ways. And I've always had that dream of doing a, rising freshman experience where not only kids would really get to know each other in a powerful way, but our parents would get to know each other in a powerful way. And there are ways to do that. I think it's hard once school starts. So I still have that dream that we will do really powerful community building, because in some of the comments I've heard, I feel like people don't know each other, right? And that's really sad. And that's the whole point of public education. So that's what I think.
Shanice, you didn't really complete a comment. You just asked a question. I don't know if you have more you'd like to say.
Yeah, my question wasn't answered. I love y'all. Y'all said many things. But it did really, for me, when I think of, and I've said this also with equity, that we need to define what rigor means as much as equity, right? So that we're starting on the same plane of what it really means in context. In general, I have an idea of what rigor is. how that looks like in today's education versus when I was educated in high school back in the day are two different things, because evidence-based practices change. There's promising, which is like things are up and coming, but we don't have enough evidence. And then there's evidence-based practices. So not just data-driven, evidence-based. I think you guys call it education pedagogy or something like that, right? And so I'm trying to figure out for myself, based off the research that I've been doing. And when I say research, I'm not just going to some black hole. I do multiple perspectives and experiences, articles, and children, students that I've talked to, is what does that rigor look like? And so my understanding is that we're doing rigor now, right? If I go back to the purple report, that the inequities of education and the inequitable outcomes, particularly for Latinos in certain areas, Pacific Islanders and African American, are much lower, distinctly for graduation rates, for all kinds of stuff, suspension rates, all kinds of stuff, that rigor possibly was not happening, right? And meeting them where they were, which is why heterogeneous courses were kind of developed to kind of not only support the rigor to helping bring back the love and joy of learning to students who may have not had the opportunity, or the courses weren't meeting them at their need. And so there was this idea of iron sharpens iron. We can put students together in a grouping and they will sharpen each other, which is what the data has shown us. But then I hear people say it's not rigor. And so I'm trying to figure out what's the definition of rigor, because you can't determine what the need is if we don't know what the definition of rigor is. So I have a lot of information, but depending on your definition of rigor, it can mean anything, right? And so I'm struggling with this idea of what is rigor. I want to make sure I'm talking about it within context. And no one can answer my question.
Jacob, you want to comment on ninth grade at all?
I would rather wait for more real trustees to make their own comments.
Amy?
So I think we've talked a lot about that freshman experience, although I'm not completely clear what our goals and objectives for the freshman experiences. And maybe that's one of the things that we have to more clearly communicate what we are trying to do. And I don't know if that's us as a board having to decide that, or if that's coming from the strategic plan or whatnot. But I feel like what I heard from the study session was one of the values was to make sure that, because that ninth grade year is kind of a melting pot year where everyone's coming together from different schools and different geographies, that one of the goals was to be able to make new friendships beyond their middle school group. And also they need time to get used to high school because it's a different environment from middle school, and to be able to kind of explore whether it be extracurriculars, after school sports, that they're already differentiated within the math pathway. But then there would be some common experiences in core classes so that they could build those relationships as well. And then I think another objective was that all freshmen who are starting ninth grade at grade level should have the opportunity to meet A through G requirements. And that's where I think the current courses are demonstrating success in that, right? But at the same time, I think there's opportunities to look at, because my question was always, at what point do we start to notice in the classroom that students are either struggling or maybe they're not challenged enough? And it's still not clear to me at what point we would intervene, because are we waiting until the end of the semester or is it someplace earlier? And then what are we doing about second semester? Because we look at ninth grade experiences this whole year long, but actually there's 2 semesters in it. And are we doing anything different in the second semester versus the first semester, right? Because first semester, they've already had a chance to get used to the high school environment, know who's who, build relationships, and have a common experience. Is there room to change things up a little bit in the second semester based on how the students were doing in the first semester? So that's just kind of an open-ended question.
Well, quickly, one of the things I just add on to that is I think one of the goals should be to push people after ninth grade to be willing to challenge themselves in certain areas. And I think one of my disappointments is even with this new course, that hasn't seemed to happen. That when we look to 10th grade, it doesn't look any different who's actually taking an honors course as who would have taken it if we offered it in ninth grade. And I think that's something that, you know, in the spirit of continual improvement needs to be addressed and hasn't been. So I think that's something I'll also be interested in ninth grade is what more can we do? Because, you know, I talked to some professors in the ed school and they had some ideas about things that, you know, we could do both in ninth grade and later level. But I think if we don't address that problem, which I think, you know, applies across our school sites, we haven't really solved much.
So I would like to briefly mention, I think it's important to separate the different arguments, separate the academic arguments and goals versus the social argument and goals, and evaluate those separately. And well, because I think that both are important, but evaluate which goals, the academic or social goals, it is the school system and education system's job to achieve. And, you know, I think both of them are very important goals, but my question is why it feels that by kind of forcing forcing these classes that are heterogeneous, we are covering up structural inequities that we would be better served addressing the actual structure of, instead of kind of forcing this cover up. Why can't we strive to offer maybe multiple levels of either normal English and AS English 1 or MCLV and some sort of advanced version of MCLV, and then have the whole school system, including the maybe feeder schools, including administration and counselors that encourage students to sign up for one course or the other, have all of these systems aimed at fixing structural inequities, which result in the achievement gap of certain students signing up for these honors courses more than other students.
So I'm looking at Trustee Nori. You've asked that question several times. We should push beyond the freshman year. And the question is, why does that happen? It actually is a very deep question, in the sense that when you think about education, there are structures that are in place that have been there since we talk about Ruby Bridges, since Ruby Bridges at least, right? And so it has shifted over time, but not enough to really open the gates for others to walk through. There still is some level of foundation of creating tracking that is really about an idea and a foundation that we don't believe that that certain people don't believe belong in certain tracks. And I'm just going to be honest, you can look at it historically. So the question is, how do we push them beyond? You have to begin to talk about expectations early on. But what students are getting beforehand is, I'm not part of this. This is not social like a party. That's not the social we're talking about, but how to work together. Because as the world changes, there is a lot of information out there, and people can look it up, that companies, when they want to have people on staff, the long run is you can work with people in a team. That's what design thinking is about. That's why they're breaking down offices, not creating the traditional, what I like, a door closed and me by myself in my office, right? They're lowering the walls, all those kinds of things to create more collaborative spaces. However, if it's only one of the 12 intellects, which could be, and academic, those kinds of things, but not looking at music, not looking at how you work with people who have learning disabilities, because they're going to show up on your job too. It's not just in your classroom. How do you begin to work with those individuals? And how do you begin to appreciate those changes and how they can sharpen the other student, vice versa? And so it's not social like a party, social like working together for a good. And that can happen in groups if done well, and people are excited, right? When I go to the MVL class or when I've gone to Carmont, what I find that when kids do well in the classroom is because they actually believe in the kid and believe that you can be there. But biases step in, right? Because if I say what the issue I deal with, you say, oh, that's me too. Not necessarily, right? So
3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm done.
So I'll add a couple things to the discussion that maybe others will comment on. One is something I said earlier, which is equal access to educational opportunities. We do have one school site that has 2 levels of freshman English and the other school sites that don't. And so depending on where you live, there's different offerings. So that's just something that I believe is true in our schools, in our school district. So I want to make a general statement here to the teachers, because I'm going to say something that I know will be somewhat charged, but I want to say that in 11 years of school board service, I have never been part of a board that has issued any pink slips, and I do not want that to change. To the extent any ideas discussed tonight may impact the demand for any particular job, my interest would be in allowing such classes to run at lower enrollments until such time as natural attrition adjusts class sizes. So I am not interested in pink slips. But I want to share with the board that did some research since our last meeting, and students who participate in, quote it right, students who are are engaged in a regular school-sponsored interscholastic athletic program carried on wholly or partially after regular school hours may, within California Ed Code, take another class in place of the 9th grade PE class, which would offer, if we offered no-cut sports, which could be cross-country and track and maybe some others, which we might have to get additional coaches, could enable us to offer choice to freshmen to have an elective, which is something I know you've talked about a lot, Carrie, wanting to have an elective for 9th graders. It is a way that we could have choice and electives for 9th graders if they were interested in also doing an after-school sport. It's within California Ed Code legal. Other school districts do it. I have a friend who's a counselor at a district at another district, and they do it. So it's legal. We can do it if we wanted to offer choice and electives to students who chose to do interscholastic, basically after school sports at school. It does not apply, as the speaker indicated properly in the public comment, it does not apply to sports that are not school sponsored. So I throw that out as something that we should be aware of. I don't know if it's something that we want to explore. Again, I've been pushing for choice and looking for different ways that we might introduce choice. And this is a way that we could introduce choice.
It seems like you're in the what versus the how. First of all, I'm all about
support policy.
But I'm all about choice. I'm all about electives. But again, so I was on the board when we changed PE requirements, and I remember all of our PE teachers were in the room and they talked about PE. It's more than just it's a way, if we care about having well-rounded kids, it's more than just exercise, right? They're exposed to a lot of different things. It's a way kids show their genius in different ways with all the different sports. So again, I don't like just throwing something out without talking to people first of the unintended consequences. I don't think our PE teachers would be very excited about this, but.
Anybody else want to say anything?
I think just really quickly, I've heard students talking about that specific issue, and it's actually on the agenda for a future student advisory council discussion. But what I have heard so far, and this isn't my opinion, I'm just simply relaying what I have heard, is that some students are dissatisfied with the PE requirements and are saying that things such as allowing freshman year sports to count for PE requirements, along with streamlining taking PE classes at partnering community colleges is something that they're interested in. That's just simply what I have heard from my constituents.
Crystal, don't we already do some level of this?
For sophomores.
The current board policy is that you have to, I believe it's beyond ninth grade. It currently is board policy beyond ninth grade, and our board policies, as I understand it, is for ninth grade. Whether or not you take an after-school sport, you must also take a PE class. And that is not, there is an exemption in the education code for students who participate in after-school sport. And our district has chosen not to allow that exemption. So this would be properly, in my opinion, a board policy. It's a board policy, as I understand it, decision to not allow that exemption, but it's within the ed code to allow the exemption. So, and board policy is properly board discussion. And then we would potentially ask our superintendent to let us know what possible elective offerings might be available. Would we choose to modify the board policy to allow what the ed code does allow? So it would open up the opportunity for students to do. I would certainly think PE would remain an option, that anyone who chooses that, it remains there unchanged, but there could be the ability to put other classes. Maybe it's a computer science class, maybe it's art class, maybe it's a music class. I'm not trying to say what it should be. Like
I would support that, but I think we can also be more general in saying we want a way for people to be able to take an elective in ninth grade. Because I know when I was a freshman at MA, and I don't know if still there was a rule that the only way you could take a 7th period elective was for a certain amount of, like, not even all art classes, like performing art classes. So if you want to do drama, you could take a 0 period, but if you want to do like painting, you couldn't, or some variation of that, right? So I think I would support that, but I might be worth asking to come back with how can we offer ninth grade a meaningful way to take an elective in ninth grade? Because I think that is something valuable to give them some choice in ninth grade. And I think it's a great way to find something you're interested in or try it out at a low stakes environment. So I'm not necessarily wedded to one way, but I am very invested in understanding how we can improve accessibility for electives in ninth grade.
Yeah, so I understand the 2 ways would be the one I just proposed, and then taking 7 periods.
Yeah.
Those are the 2 choices, which I don't know. I mean, if there's interest in an elective, in exploring an elective, we could ask,
I think,
come back with an elective.
I think what I hear Trustee Nori saying is not the specifics, not getting into the how we're going to do it, but to explore. I don't know if I got it right, Crystal, because I always get my words mixed up, but like, we're not supposed to be in the weeds. So if the what, so the guidance, I'm not saying this, but I'm trying to restate what you're saying. You tell me if I hear you right, Trustee Nori, that you're interested in how an elective can be, create more options for students to explore interests that freshman year. And it's not necessarily PE, it sounds like. Can you use your microphone?
Oh, staff could present us with some options we could take. And I think that is something that I think a lot of parents would appreciate, a lot of students would appreciate, having some, at least, some choice, something they can say that they can choose. And it's a way that isn't unreasonable and or isn't too hard to do theoretically.
Who is our legend PE teacher from MA who just retired, Pam. Oh my gosh. I think she would have a comment about this idea.
When I hear Trustee Nori saying he's not talking about PE, whereas I hear Trustee Jen quoting an opportunity to look at PE that's in the what or the how, whatever it is, the weeds. But what I hear Trustee Nori saying, it opens it up where it's not about PE, it's just about the opportunity to be able to explore their passion or an interest in freshman year. How can we create that as part of the freshman year experience? That's what I'm hearing.
And make it easier. So I'd be curious to see, is there board support for making it easier to take some way and make it easier to take an elective freshman year? Because right now it is relatively hard to do that and to.
Yeah, my understanding is to take an elective, you pretty much need to do 7 periods. And we're talking about student stress and adjusting to high school life, and they jump straight into a 0 period class. That's pretty intense. And I know kids who are doing it. And so they do that 0 period class, and then they stay for band, orchestra, whatever it is. And then sometimes they even go straight to an after school sport. So I'm just going like, oh my God, that's crazy. So if you want them to have time to explore different things, it's really the intent of what electives as well as like after school programs are open to them. Because my understanding is that in certain cases, there's not enough space for the electives for 9th graders. So that would impact like staffing. But even after school activities, sometimes it's not necessarily open to freshmen, and I don't know, right?
I want to further confirm what Trustee Koo just said, that a lot of freshmen are taking 7 courses because of the way it's structured and because of the exception, in order to get as many credits as possible, especially with the art credit. You can really only, unless you want to have the art credit take up a spot during your other years, or you want to take it outside of our Sequoia Union High School district, the way to get it would be to take 7 periods and have band or orchestra be one of those 7 periods. And I would also like to say that if something that the district currently does is in contrast to something that the ed code allows, then it doesn't feel that far into the weeds to at least discuss revising it.
I mean, I think the thing is, I think it's fair to ask staff to give us some more information before making that decision. But I mean, I am inclined.
To be clear, my suggestion would be that we ask what would be possible in terms of what are the possibilities of adding an elective to the 9th grade? Yeah. And what possible electives could there be?
Yeah, so that's something that.
So
I don't know if that's
the direction would be to
also talking about high level. So that's something I'm interested in. Oh, sorry, I don't know, because what Rich said was, what, like asking staff, what are the possibilities for making it easier to add an elective to 9th grade? And that's something I support, but I don't know what the rest of the board.
There's adding an elective by taking 7 period, and there's adding an elective without taking 7 periods. Like what's possible with both of those?
Yeah, to make it easier, because I think right now you can take an elective with taking 7 periods, but what, I don't know if Trustee Koo also said this, like what I'm interested in is how do we make it easier to take an elective, maybe without 7 periods? Like, is there a way?
And then also I mentioned what electives might be possible, because we've talked about in the strategic plan discussion that I'm trying to think, none of you were in it with me, but we were talking about potentially some sort of wheel or some sort of exploration that people do when they start to try to figure out what might work for them. So there'd be possible options. And I don't want to be specific tonight, other than to say we're interested in exploring this if there's board direction to explore, without committing that we're going to implement, but just acknowledging that options exist and looking at what we might be able to provide in terms of choice for students in 9th grade. Were we to modify our policy, either our policy about restrictions on taking 7 periods or our policy on the after school athletics. Those are the two that I'm aware of policy changes, which I think are properly board level things because they're policy changes that would enable elective choice for, or could enable elective choice for freshman students. So I guess I don't know if that'd be an official motion or if it's more of if there's board direction to explore that and look at possibilities for electives for ninth graders, or if there is not interest in looking at the possibility of electives for ninth graders.
May I ask a question? Crystal, I saw you shaking your head like this. What did that mean? Yes, no. You got some other thoughts?
The reference to the wheel was just taking me back. That's all. Haven't really learned that in ninth grade, but just taking me back.
I was just referring to a discussion that happened in the specific strategic plan group that I was in as possible ways, and the group was focusing on engagement and thinking that if we could have students take a class that excited them, they might be more engaged in school. And that was part of the idea of that led me to thinking about this and just sharing it because it fits under the heading of course offerings. So I guess
I think for this one, it's a little hard to talk about. I know I was just in the strategic plan for the instructional team. It was so nice to have an academic counselor sitting next to me answering all the different questions about how things can happen when we were trying to strategically think about how to meet goals and things of that sort. And it really was an aha moment. And so what I'm struggling with is that I philosophically agree with what Trustee Nori is saying. And I'm sitting here thinking, I need to have, who's the person who's working out of COSA, the counselor out of, working out of class. I forgot her name, just that quick, Glenda. Having Glenda talk to, because there's some complications in that because they know the nuances. And so I'm struggling with like how we can do this without having that voice at the table. And unfortunately the meeting went to 1:30, so we weren't able to include the counselor. So I'm trying to figure out how to honor this without the blind spot here of the counselor who knows the in and out.
So what I'm hearing is the conversation to have that conversation to have staff here that can help with that conversation.
And particularly the counselors.
Thank you, Crystal, for clarifying. That's what I was saying. I'm interested in seeing if there's interest on the board of understanding what is possible. I'm not mandating any specific solution other than that we have a discussion that explores possibilities.
This is agenda setting item for future agenda. Is this an agenda item, agenda setting item for a future agenda? Or were you trying to make a motion?
That this would be board
I
direction,
think
not a
three of
specific
us,
motion.
like, I don't know, Trustee, could you support having that discussion? 'Cause I think three of us, like, if we're just talking about future agenda items, I think three of us do agree that we want to have that. So even though it does require
Just board
staff work,
direction.
we can have it, right?
There's no vote needed. We just need to make sure we have 3 people who want to have that conversation that goes on.
For clarity, I move that this board asks our superintendent to explore possibilities for adding an elective choice for ninth grade students, and that she lets us know what might be possible.
Second.
I don't need to ask.
So it's second, so now discussion, and Carrie would like to know how you feel about that.
Feel about this?
I mean, I am curious. We have in our leadership with our principals talked about the overall ninth grade experience. And that covers a lot of things that we've talked about tonight versus academic, co-curricular, also touches on the electives. So I think that is fine.
I'll support it.
Any other discussion?
So is it going to be specifically on just the electives, or are we going to have an agenda item that really focuses in on the freshman experience?
I
My
think we should
motion was
keep it-
only on electives.
Yeah, I think we
Okay,
should keep
only
it just for
electives, okay.
electives.
Any other questions or discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Student trustee Yuria,
Yes.
student trustee Nori. I'm sorry, Nori.
No.
Couple years back. Trustee Nori.
Yes.
Trustee Ku.
Yes.
Trustee Dubois. Vice President Stevenson. President Ginn.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay. That concludes item 16.1.
Wait, yeah, I think,
Okay.
yeah, there was.
16.1, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I still wanted to just make sure that we're providing appropriate on-ramps. So I know that there's been a lot of discussion about, hey, 8th grade on-ramp to 9th grade. But I do think we need to also look at 9th grade on-ramp to 10th grade. And if we really want to encourage more students to be participating in AS English 2 and other advanced classes, some of the feedback was that it was a very big jump. And so that's why I bring up, what are we doing between first semester of freshman year and second semester of freshman year? And are we building enough of it's almost like you need to start introducing what the expectations are in that next level AS class, so that students can feel like they know what to expect. But I don't know how to do it necessarily, but I feel like there's got to be some on-ramp there. And then also reflecting on the students, where they are after the first semester. Are we changing anything or allowing the students to have any choice in terms of the classes in the second semester? I don't know, right?
So I think these are all questions worth exploring, and I would be curious. I don't know if you want that, but I would be curious to hear staff's thoughts on some of them, like in a later date or whatever. But I would be actually curious here to, like, especially what you said about like second semester, like how can we improve that so that people feel more prepared to take AS2. But I do think you need to hear more from staff, at least on
Yeah,
that question.
exactly.
But
I mean,
like what is possible? So I'd be interested in that.
I'm not sure what you mean. So did you mean that changing what is happening in the individual classroom, or having students change which other students they are with in the second semester?
I don't really know what the current practice is, so I would probably have to just understand like what's the difference between second semester and first semester. So you never know if like the student may not be working well in a certain class dynamic. I mean, I've seen that in the like the more K-8. I don't really know how it works in high school, where sometimes they just need to make adjustments to the class makeup because something about it is not working and the kids are feeding off of each other. So I don't know if that happens in high school, but that happens in elementary school. Or sometimes a student will work better with a particular teacher than another teacher. So I don't really know what adjustments are being made in the second semester compared to the first semester, based on what is happening in the classroom the first semester. And then there's still the question that I'm not entirely sure of is, at what point do we intervene if we notice a student is not engaged? Because there were students that were not engaged when I was observing the class. So what are we doing about that? And it's not clear to me what actually happens. And the students could be disengaged for a variety of reasons. And I know attendance has come up in the past too, and I'm not paying attention to how many students are actually in the class, but that's the other thing that has come up a lot is if the students aren't attending, the class could be really great and they're still not getting that much out of it. And that impacts both, math as well as English and all of the classes really. But the thing that I brought up the first time at the study session, I am kind of concerned about the math pathway as well, right? Because there were still a significant number of students that were failing, and having talked to some of the math teachers, that is actually an improvement over where we were before. But what can we do to make sure more students are being successful in Algebra 1?
Yeah.
And then if they are doing well in Algebra 1, there's still not a clear pathway to get to Calculus BC in senior year without all these weird twists and turns. And it makes it very difficult for a student that starts ninth grade in Algebra 1 to get to Calculus BC. And so those are just my feedback.
So I was also interested in that. So actually, I asked Tom D about what his thoughts on this, because what I saw when he presented to our class about this thing, he kind of said that the change that happened is 50% of people still fail Algebra 1 every year. And that's a pretty huge number that, that needs to be improved. But his idea was that those students, so these are students who would have taken Algebra Readiness, but instead are in Algebra 1. His idea was even if they fail Algebra 1 and have to take it again sophomore year, they would have anyways had to take Algebra 1 sophomore year. So he considered that an improvement. What I kind of wondered is it more of a placement problem that maybe 50% of the students who are placing in Algebra Readiness who are actually passing Algebra 1 in ninth grade, those 50% are benefiting from being in Algebra 1. But there is a 50% who, instead of failing Algebra 1, might have benefited from having an extra year to prepare before they actually take Algebra 1 sophomore year. So that's kind of like interesting to explore. I think the other stuff is kind of harder because it is, once you're kind of in a math class, like unless you really want to spend the time over the summer to improve, I don't know if there's an easy way, because at least A through G, they don't really like, I think it happened in San Francisco, they don't like counting these like hybrid courses as A through G compliant where you combine 2 years into one. But yeah, I'd be curious to hear if staff has any ideas there too.
I would say in the same vein of listening to the experts that we have hired, especially at Carmont, I have heard from every single math teacher that I have talked to that they, in their own Algebra 1 and further classes, have seen a negative shift and are worried about the changes caused by not having algebra readiness. And yeah, I think that's just something important to consider.
Guys, you'd like to say something?
I'm sorry you caught me as I was eating. I'm sorry, I got a little hungry. I know that, I don't know a lot about the math framework and all that. And I know there's been a lot of math initiatives. And so I don't have a lot to say about that. I think, except for if the math framework has changed, just because we don't like it, we don't not do it, right? So I'm looking at Crystal because I need clarification on what the math framework is and how that, and then we had the math initiative that we had a few years back and it showed some improvement. So I'm just trying to figure out context first.
So I think the math framework is something that the State Department of Education puts out as like advice on how to align our math standards. I don't think it's mandatory that any district has to follow it, but it's their recommendation. I think a lot of their recommendation kind of went more to middle school and, stemmed from what happened in San Francisco, even though San Francisco is reversing course with what they did. So I don't think, that discussion might be as pertinent as with the math framework because we don't really control what our feeder districts offer. And I don't think any of our feeder districts are planning to stop offering if they do offer Algebra 1 or geometry in 8th grade. So, but I think the math initiatives where Trustee Koo and I had some comments because it is still a pretty big number of students come in and fail Algebra 1 freshman year, which seems to put them off in a pretty bad place to start high school with an F on their transcript. So understanding what more could be due there is something I'm interested in.
And just as some context, I think when there's a lack of clarity on a path to get from Algebra 1 to Calculus BC, it ends up putting a lot of pressure on the middle schools. And the parents get up in arms going like, no, you gotta get into Algebra 1 8th grade or else. But not all middle schools offer advanced math. And so some kids are not able to take Algebra 1 in 8th grade at all. And so they are starting in Algebra 1 in 9th grade. And then it seems like it is a very difficult path, even if they're very talented. But if they chose to go to a school that didn't offer Algebra 1 in 8th grade, then they are set back for a really long time. And I don't like that, right? There has to be a more defined path. And then that way we're really providing opportunities for those who have the ability to still accelerate and pursue their dreams in math. Right?
I wonder if the direction can be is, I really feel like the people whom we often don't hear from are the counselors. And I wonder if this is a time to hear them on how to do that. I know there's another piece. We haven't talked about the committees, right? And I know that there was another trustee at an elementary school district who wants to look at articulation and just not necessarily be the be the experts, but just make sure we're touching bases, whether it's two by two or all of the districts getting together. But I know you have some ideas around that. So I'm trying to figure out how we can combine some of those things together without making a decision today, because I feel like there is this missing piece when I'm thinking of Glenda sitting next to me and the depth of complexity there is around the A through G, making sure students that be the standard, and how do we help kids understand that and families, and what is the math process for that to happen. And I'm just feeling a little, I'm not an educator, so I'm just feeling a little lost here.
So I think the goal here is to the extent there's guidance and we can create clarity. I mean, I think to something I said earlier that I didn't hear anybody else comment on, if anyone has comment, is equal access to educational opportunities. We do have different offerings at different sites in the district, and maybe we have no philosophy on that, and maybe we have a philosophy on that. I'd be interested in other people's thoughts. I think we ought to have a philosophy on it, and I don't think we currently do. And then I think what I heard Amy say is she's interested in understanding how a student who takes Algebra 1 as a freshman can take AB Calc as a senior. What is the pathway? And maybe it's as simple as, let's understand what that pathway is, and are there any ways that we can help students who might be interested in accelerating on that pathway?
Yeah, because what I've heard so far, a lot of that relies on summer courses or doubling up on a class, and it's just not a very straightforward pathway. And it seems like there's many different options, and you just kind of have to find some way, right?
So maybe on this particular one, it's more of a requesting for an explanation of how the pathway works for a student who enters 9th grade taking algebra. I'm just trying to narrow it down to what the direction is, and I think that's what you're looking for.
Yeah, because I think for Algebra 1, there's two aspects to it, right? Because there's the students who are failing, and we want to see what we can do to improve that and make sure that kids are set up for success. And then there's the ones who never had the opportunity in middle school to accelerate, and they might be fully capable of accelerating, but we're not making it very easy for them. And so it's far too easy for the students to just give up, right? And so, yeah, just looking at the pathways and what the options are, and then kind of brainstorming, can we do something better that makes it simpler for students and doesn't put a burden on families, right? So you don't, because remember I was saying it shouldn't rely on courses over the summer or families trying to pay out of pocket to make up the difference.
So just trying to repeat back what you said, you're interested in a way for students to take Algebra 1 as freshmen to get to AB Calc as seniors without doing summer school or having to pay out of pocket.
Yes,
And we're interested to see if that's possible.
yes.
Okay. Carrie, do you have any comment on that? Ronnie, do you have any comment on that? Are you opposed to learning about that? Are you neutral to learning about that? Topic?
I mean, I think it'd be interesting actually to talk to some more of the people from Stanford who actually studied the math initiative. Because when my conversation with Thomas D, I learned a lot from him. So I'd be interested if we could invite him to come talk, because I think he had a lot of insights and he really did understand this, and he's looked at a bunch of other districts that have done similar things. So I think it is something I'm worth interesting, but I think what I'd be interested in is like, clearly this is a problem that a lot of districts struggle with. So if there's any like new idea that we can try, and I think having a conversation with someone who's looked at a
I
bunch.
recommend the two of you see if he'll meet with you and then you report back.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
If you want something, I'm just trying, go ahead if there's something else. I'm open to, I'm just trying to. I think we are. So I guess that. Go ahead, Amy.
Yeah, I guess my only concern is like from the standpoint of staff time. If we're adding too much,
It would be,
right?
if that's why I was suggesting that.
Yeah, that's why maybe we could do some
That's what I
initial
was suggesting. Do some
exploration.
research to see if there's something worth bringing back to the board, and then we could, if it makes sense that you think there's something that's worth asking staff to spend time on, that we then would only do that after we had some reason to believe that there was something fruitful.
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah. I think the other piece of it in terms of just making sure that all students are successful, that's already something that
Okay.
teachers are already evaluating, right?
Okay. Does anybody have any other item related to course offerings? I'm not seeing anybody, everybody say no, you're done. Everybody done?
I guess my only question was, did we actually address the thing about I guess the onboarding of ninth grade to like AS English and trying to figure.
So I asked for clarification if you were suggesting that students change classes or
Yeah.
looking to change
or
something
would
in
be
the
an
class, but
office
to me,
kind of-
change like that, where this is getting to me beyond board, like, I'm interested in something that's more
Yeah,
like a strategy or a philosophy or an overall approach that would be
yeah, so I think
a specific thing, like do a thing in a class on a day.
Yeah, I think it was more related to just making sure that students were sufficiently prepared for AS English 2 or any other advanced class in the 10th grade year so that it's not that big jump. And so that was really what I was interested in.
Trustee Koo, I think that's covered in what I had expressed to the board that we would be looking at absent of different board direction. So we'll be able to look at that.
Okay.
So did we kind of address this issue in our previous decision? In the second out of the three things that Trustee Ginn outlined?
So my understanding is that superintendent is already looking at the ninth grade experience and ways to enhance the ninth grade experience. And what Trustee Koo wants to explore was a specific area of potentially enhancing the ninth grade experience, which fits within the already exploring area of the ninth grade experience. So it's not what our superintendent said is that what Trustee Koo is interested in is in the basket of things being considered already. Like what could be different about the second semester, if anything. That's my understanding of what I heard. Rashik just confirmed.
So then, I mean, I think then we should as a board, I mean, I don't think we have to take a formal vote. It's getting late, say like if we're happy or not with the direction of what we're doing for ninth grade, kind of like Trustee Koo talked about for the previous.
Sathic, can you speak up just a little bit?
Yeah, I was just wondering if, we should each say if we're comfortable
Is
with.
there something that you'd like to propose?
No, I mean, nothing, there's nothing specific I'd like to propose, and I don't know if we like leave, like, cause I didn't like the last time just kind of like leaving it hanging, like not having something. So I don't know what the board, like what we're agreeing to do here, but it might be worth being public about it or like being formal about what we're saying we're doing, cause I'm still unclear.
Well, so one thing we did all vote on is to explore opportunities to add an elective. That we all voted yes on. So that's already happening as a way to enhance the ninth grade year. And I guess the question is if you're looking at changing something about the item on the agenda is course offerings and graduation requirements. I think the idea that I brought up relates to graduation requirements and ed code, and affects course offerings. And I'm open to anybody making any motion relating to the ninth grade experience that you think is appropriate board level motion.
So I guess is our philosophy then that we'll let sites decide what their take on the unified ninth grade experience is? Because that kind of is what it is right now, right? That we'll let whatever the sites want to do with their ninth grade experience, we're fine with.
So, after the 20th, it was either the first or the second meeting after the 20th, I had shared that absent of board direction, that I was going to continue to evaluate, collaborate, calibrate what our English classes are looking at or looking like based off of a lot of the comments that we heard, as well as start or continue articulation meetings between our feeder districts and our large four comprehensives. In addition to that, we are looking at the overall ninth grade experience and what that encompasses, as well as continue to dive into other findings. Now we've added this elective for ninth grade. And so when I'm able to complete that, I would bring that back to the board of my findings. So that was the last thing that we had talked about was I would not have my findings completed by today's date, which you had requested to have this agenda item back for discussion. So that is still the original plan, absent of different board direction.
Sophic, do you want to propose something? Or
I mean, I'm fine. Like, I just want to know, like, is there going to be some unified policy or no? Like, are we, because I guess someone brought that up before, like, there are differing offerings right now. Like, do we want to have a unified policy or no? I'm just unclear about that. And that's what I wondered what other people think. I'm fine not, because I'd like, especially at Carlmont, I wouldn't want to force them to change something if they don't want to change it. But
So I'll say for me, I'm conflicted because I believe in more choice, not less, and I believe in unified offering. I do believe that it shouldn't equal access to educational opportunity, but I wouldn't want to remove choice to create that. So
yeah,
that's why I'm conflicted on the topic.
I'd agree too.
I would agree too, and say that having different levels of options across different school sites doesn't seem like the most equitable path.
But I understand if three people feel differently. I won't force us to take a vote on this one, so it's fine if we just want to move on.
I believe that we have nothing more, no more direction that we will give. I'm not saying anything else that we would agree on to give as direction. So I guess I'll just propose that we conclude this agenda item absent any objection. Do I have any objections to concluding this agenda item?
I only have one question is like, in terms of that report back on the freshman experience, when do you expect to be able to present that to us?
I'd probably say early January. We're trying to shoot for January for some ideas. We've been working it, but then, you know, unfortunately, other things come up and start to take us away from other initiatives. But the goal would be to increase the ninth grade experience for next year. So we would be able to report that sooner than later. Yes.
And I think in the spirit of transparency, I wonder if there's a way we can get that information. I think one of the biggest difficulties right now is that I didn't actually know what we were going to be voting on. That is very difficult so that I can prepare myself, not necessarily talk to other people, but just process, right? But I think for myself, I can only speak for me. I need advance information so that I can think about it. And so this has been a very painful meeting, if you ask me, because I couldn't come. I was prepared for something else, and then this is something different, which I get it. But it has been painful. I just need to say that because I need to know what I'm voting on, what I'm not voting on, what I'm discussing, so that I'm thinking about things from all perspective, and I'm thinking about how to minimize if we're going to make decisions or votes or discussions, how to minimize impact on people, especially if it's unintentional. It's just been very difficult today, not knowing what we were discussing exactly. So I would suggest that for clarity's sake, that we have a better communication, that we get the information out, and that we also get the information too of what we're discussing and what the options are that we're going to be discussing. Because this was a very painful meeting, and I'm not for sure if it met expectations for everyone.
Well, so this was listed as a discussion/action item. So there's no recommendation, as you see in our other action items. This is an opportunity at a regularly scheduled board meeting during a discussion item for a trustee to make a motion to vote. So we will not know all of that information. The conversation has been tied to the title of this item. For the ninth grade experience, I do not see that as a board approval. That's not policy. If you want it to be policy, that's a different conversation. But it's more of an informational item, and sharing, we're hearing these things. This is what we've talked about. This is what, we're going to move forward to do. Any comments, blessings, changes in direction. So that's how I see that piece going forward. As Trustee Dubois said, this is a very different agenda item than I have seen, and coming up on the 5 years, but hopefully we won't have another one like this anytime soon. But it has been difficult, so I do acknowledge that, Johnny's.
Okay, so once again, I think we are concluded with this agenda item. Jacob, are you concluded? Sophic, are you concluded? Amy, Carrie, Shawnice? Okay, this agenda item is concluded. You want a break? How many minutes do you want? 11:15. Going to discussion of the reorganization board meeting in December. So I asked this to be on this agenda mainly because I'd heard from Sophic that he wanted to talk about the committees. And so it's a chance that there's other committees to consider. And then if there's anything that anybody wants to say about anything relating to the board reorganization, we're not making any vote on this tonight. And we will have another discussion and the actual vote in the December meeting. So this is just a chance to extend anybody anything they want to say to the whole group, and then based on what anybody hears, you could have a conversation with one other member between now and December, if we have to try to figure out like who does which committee or whatever. Because my impression was when we did the reorganization last time and we're trying to go through and decide who's on which one, it was pretty hurried, and none of us had any idea what anybody else thought.
Wouldn't we pretty much just keep it again if we don't have a new member, or no? Are we going to do people have interest in reassigning?
I'm
today's
interested
not
in some
reassigning, right?
reassignments.
Oh, you are? Okay.
This is not reassigning. This is just,
We're talking about the
what committee,
reassignments that we might do next time.
okay, I'm trying to find my list. I don't know who I sent it to. Oh, thank you. No, but the
Or is
one
it
I
also
gave
like a
you-
rationalization of committees?
That also.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we are not adding or removing committees today, and we're not assigning people committees today. We're just giving, because Shawnice commented about wanting to be able to think about things and know what's coming. So the idea here is to know what things we will be discussing so you can think about them. That's all. So when, I guess I'll say, our board custom is that the vice president becomes the president, and then somebody becomes a vice president. I don't know if that's something that anybody wants to discuss today.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not voting on it
Yeah,
today,
I
but
know.
just to say anything, go ahead.
Well, so again, past practice was that we were sort of in a line, and that somebody was at the end of the line and you just rotate, and we're not in a line because you're sitting over there. We're just not in the normal, what I'm used to. So we probably don't have a protocol because two trustees came on board at the same time. And it's not clear who's at the end of the line, right?
Correct.
Did you want to figure that out today, or do you want to?
No, we're going to figure everything out in a month, and this would be a chance for people to make any sort of statement or thought, and then you could advocate however you.
Would you create a protocol tonight?
Well, we could discuss.
Discuss it.
I thought we
Yeah, just discuss.
I thought we briefly discussed this. I think me and Trustee Koo can talk more offline, but I thought we briefly discussed this way back in like one of our first retreats where we kind of said whoever's role or area hadn't been president the longest went first in the rotation.
Well, that is a possible protocol that we could do.
Yeah, and sometimes protocols might be whoever got the highest number of votes, but that becomes a little more difficult
When
in
you
a
have different
trustee
voting
area.
groups.
Yeah, because you have different voting groups.
So another protocol is, is people have had past experience on a board. So in San Carlos, it was easy because only when I was first elected, I was the only new person. So I went to the end, and I was not president my first term, and I didn't really care about being president, right? Because I felt like I needed more experience. So one protocol would be when trustees are new, well, we could just draw straws, or it could be if one trustee has already served on a board, that person could go ahead.
Well, it could also be if one of them or the other has a reason why one year or the other is better for them, then it might just line up. Someone starting a job, going to a new school, graduating, taking on a different graduate program, whatever life event might be, that a certain year might be better for one person or another. So we can just leave that and we'll address it in December, but obviously we're gonna have to somehow choose who the vice president is. I guess,
If we were gonna like draw straws or something, would we be prepared for that? If both people want to be vice president, how would we do that?
well, we either flip a coin or we vote. Or any other, I'm just throwing out two options. It won't be up to me.
But I guess basically the action for us is to really think it through, like what we're comfortable with doing and what we want to do.
It's exactly what I want to have this meeting this
Yeah.
discussion today, so that now everybody can think about this, and in a month, this will be on the agenda, and then we have to actually take an action. So on the board committee participation list, there's a number that haven't met in a long time. And I guess, Sophic, you wanted to consider adding some?
Yeah, but I think it might be first to figure out which ones we're not gonna do anymore, because there are no, I read through the list and there were a lot that haven't met, and I don't know if some of them we want to keep going or no.
Can I just go first?
Yeah.
So when I look at this, the housing committee, even though it's very much my passion, there was never given any direction about what to do when I was the committee of one, committee of two again. We still don't have any direction. And no, we don't have a lot, at least I'm going to just speak for myself. Sapi, you can speak for yourself. There's no context as to where we're going with this, even though housing is a huge issue, even though we've heard our teachers talk about it, our families. So I'm not quite sure what we're doing with that. And it, for me, that causes a little concern, because I want to do my job, but I'm not quite sure what the direction is around the housing, because I just stepped into it. And have been doing it the last couple of years. So trying to figure that one out.
So I'll just add to what you're saying, which is my perception is that we have committees. So if something were to come up, the superintendent president know who should go to it. It's like, had there been something about housing, we would have said, Shanice and Safa, go check this out and report back if you can go, because you would have been the go-to people for that topic. And if nothing did come up, so it didn't happen, but it could have. So that's kind of my idea with some of those.
My idea would be is that it's a committee working on something that's ongoing, right? Like that there is not just like an ad hoc, if there's an idea, go.
Well, that would mean if we're going to actually vote that we want to pursue and spend resources on it. The Redwood City Elementary School District had a meeting where they're presenting ideas for a possible 10-story building in downtown Redwood City. And the people from Jefferson were there and presented. So it's something that, like, our board could decide that we want to move forward with the feasibility study on workforce housing. We have not made such a determination that we wanted to do that, but we could. And then the group would become more relevant, but that hasn't been on our, we've had a lot of other things.
Okay. I think the 2x2s should all stay on there. I think it just takes us a while to get those going.
Yeah.
I put that in the same category where it's good to know who it is. So if a group reaches out that wants to have a meeting, we know who would go.
I think we should at least have 1 or 2 meetings a year with our 2x2 somehow. Make that work, even if it's just a check-in. So I do want to talk about, there was a trustee from, I think it's San Carlos School District or Belmont. It might be Belmont. I'll look it up real quick. The trustee there was talking about where you guys know Sam, what district is he in? Belmont Redwood Shores. And he really talked to me about kind of like a board member's articulation group, right? To be able to check in twice a year, like how is articulation going? A little different than 2x2, where maybe all the boards just in one board member or two board members, and just have a discussion, because I know we're doing stuff between the districts, but there is this piece of articulation, and whether it's belonging and middle school articulation, but feeling like there is a space there for the board members to collaborate and to also be on the same page.
So, you know, we are meeting with them. So that's the 2x2 that's meeting so regularly. So he might not be aware. Is that?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying the I probably shouldn't have said the name. But that this person is we talked about like that middle school articulation, because I know when I go to the community trust, which is not a board meeting, committee meeting, but there is like sparks of ideas and conversation, and I find myself bringing them back to Crystal. But like, how do we help our boards get on the same page as well? Around articulation to support some of the efforts that you're doing, not to get into the weeds, but just to kind of have more of that conversation.
Well, I think it would start by having consistent 2x2s. Because this is Menlo Park. I know there was a lot of interest from them for continuing it. Maybe schedules didn't align, but I think be good if for at least the 2x2s we commit by next year to having 2 meetings at least for each of them.
So one issue be, I think for a superintendent, that's a lot of meetings.
Yes, my calendar actually is at full capacity, but I just want to offer just a couple points of clarification. Like, I think it's always that I know Laura is trying to always schedule the 2x2s. It's a lot of times it's the scheduling conflict. I do think as we continue to better our relationships with our partner districts, they'll understand and maybe want to do the 2x2s a little bit more. I just don't think it's been a very popular thing for them for a variety of reasons, and that's okay. As far as what Shanice was referencing, like I would really encourage that trustee to go to his superintendent, so then I can understand what, like, it's not clear to me about what that would look like.
Like an obvious observation, I think 4 of our feeder districts are on here and the others aren't. I'm not saying we need to change, I'm just observing that that's what we have here for whatever historical reason.
Well, I know some feeder districts like maybe Woodside, like never wanted to have a 2x2 or.
You don't care, right?
It could be. I'm just not, anyway, I just made an observation.
But I think even this, like I know Francesca had a lot of ideas for the 2x2, and I think some of them were pretty good. Like I don't know if I think maybe it was her, she came up with the idea of the 8th grade football night at MA. So I think there is a lot of value to this. It's just that finding that, and I don't know because I know we had discussion too about whether or not we needed the superintendent to attend the meetings, like if it just wanted to do 2x2 with 2 board members each, but that's another option if it's easier. But I do think having these meetings regularly is important.
Well, right now for your Menlo Park 2x2, the superintendents do not attend. It has not been a problem yet. Yet.
My recommendation here is that maybe each person just say, if there's committees that you're particularly interested in, we may have too many people interested in certain committees and maybe committees that don't have any, and then we can all think about it and then try to decide what we actually do in a month. So I'll go first. I'm interested in the housing, the benefits, Redwood City Together, and budget, which I think you're saying is no longer active. It says no longer an active committee, but those are the ones I'd be interested in.
You know what, the other thing that might be helpful, like sometimes, like some of the staff committee meetings we're on, it's kind of hard to participate, at least for me. Because it's really more, I don't know, what should our role be? I mean, should we be actively participating or just kind of observing and maybe in and out?
Which item? What you talking about?
I'm just thinking some of the
general.
committees, like I'm thinking of MTSS.
I think
or-
you should participate, and I think I think that is helpful. Because when we do presentations, you know, I kind of see it like the same way what we used the budget committee for is, right? It's like you're getting a different insight and a deeper dive, and then when those items are presented to the board, you can also speak from your trustee experience about what you're seeing. So I think it provides a little bit of an additional insight.
Okay.
And I think it's actually appreciated when
do show up.
trustees do
And then
attend.
it's also, if sometimes the meetings are long, and if we aren't able with our work schedules, if we're just participating like for part of the meeting, if let's say it's a 4 or 5 hour meeting, is that okay or
I think
not
that's
okay?
fine.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I think that's fine. I would like for the benefits committee, I don't necessarily think that needs to be a board committee anymore. That had been there. I think it was what BHSA. Well, I don't. Yes. And they're working on it, but I don't like it was, I really saw board's participation on that for the assistance because we were going to be at the table to negotiate an exit of CalPERS. But
Okay.
I believe we are done with
Okay.
the benefits committee
Okay.
at this time. If something changes, then we could.
Then I'll strike it.
Okay. And then for the Workforce Housing Committee, just to provide a little bit of history. So way in the before times, there was the county of San Mateo would have these county-wide meetings to talk about workforce housing. And so we would participate on that. We discussed like, can you, I think we had talked about this too, Rich, as far as like, can different organizations combine together to do that? Those meetings stopped from COVID. And then during that time, I mean, a lot of the participants in there just really went their own way, like Redwood City. I do think that this committee should remain. I think we should examine if this is something that is a need for us, if we are going to move forward, because we have a specific property that would be available if we were going to do that. We would need to do a needs assessment. And if not, then I have recommendation to use the property for something else. So I think that this is an
Stay on that committee.
important committee to have.
And it'd be 2 people, Rich and I.
Voice that, and then on the 15th.
Okay,
is
I'll
the
voice
fif-
it on
and
the
then
15th.
and then
and we
I
can
think the
work
thing
on
for
it.
today, I want to wrap up pretty quick. It's 11:30. If each person just says all the ones you're interested in, it may be too many for some of them. We may have blanks, and then we can all take that, look at it over the next month, think about it, and then solve it in a month. So, Safik, which ones would you like to be on?
I'd be interested in Menlo Park 2x2. The budget one. I'd actually like to do the CCSDO. I don't know if that's still going on, but
Safik, which one is that?
the County
CCS?
Committee on School
Yeah.
District Organization.
That one got canceled this year.
But it might be back next year, so we
Yeah.
need a person. And you want both Menlo Parks?
Yeah, yeah, I'd be happy to be on both.
Both Menlo Parks, county, and budget, you said.
Yeah.
That's the county.
Oh, and if no one else wants to do the policy, I'm happy to do that too.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd like to stay on the same committees that I'm on right now, because I know the budget committee didn't even meet, and Redwood City 2x2 are just trying to schedule something now, so I don't want to.
But just for clarification, the budget committee didn't meet because I was serving in multiple roles. So just for that point of clarification, it was I thought it was a very helpful committee. The board did. We could try it for a year, and if not, then you guys could choose to
Because I think
sunset
the
it.
initial intent of having Southwick and I on that committee was so that we could get a better understanding of the budget while we were reviewing it, and then we never met, so. I mean, I'm fine with sticking with the same ones because I don't think that we've been that active necessarily, so.
I'm pretty much happy with what I'm on, but I'm also flexible. The only thing I absolutely want to be on is Redwood City Together. Yeah, but if somebody wants something I'm on, that's fine. Otherwise, I'll just stay on everything.
The only other thing I'd say is the sustainability committee. Unfortunately, the meetings are like a really inconvenient time for me. So I don't know if someone else wants to do that one because I do feel bad about that.
Oh, I might be interested in that one.
Do you? Oh, sorry. I was gonna
Yeah.
ask you too. Do you still want to do the CCSD or do you want
I
to?
mean, if you want to do that and then I just go with the sustainability committee, then
Okay,
I'm
sure.
open to that.
You know, I can't be on all the committees. Yeah, I'm gonna have to drop some. I've never gone to DLAC. I go to EDC if I can, but it, based off the schedule, I may not be able to go. So it'd be nice to have someone else attend that. I would like to stay on Ravenswood and Menlo Park. And I would like to go to Redwood City 2x2. I think it's time for me to get to know them at a different level. Y'all don't have those 2x2x2?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so I just do Ravenswood and Menlo Park. I'd love to do another school district.
You want to do Belmont?
I could do Belmont.
Sorry, I just think for the Menlo Park 2x2x2, it might actually be worth this year investing and trying to make that happen too.
Yeah, and I think if we stay consistent, it might help.
Yeah.
But Ravenswood, I can't do MTSS. I haven't been able to show up for that. And only other thing is the housing, so. But if they're not meeting all the time, being board president, I may have a lot more meetings and a lot more emails to do, so. Leave me open. Thanks.
Okay, so to be resumed in a month. Anybody else want to say anything? I consider this moving on from this item unless anyone else has anything else they want to
I
say.
just had a question, like if we need to add any committees? Because I don't know if we were, it sounds like we're not removing any committees, because I was saying, do we actually need the board policy committee? Then?
Oh, we absolutely need the board policy
okay.
committee. We will be gearing that back up, probably board involvement in February. But so I mean, I guess there can be a discussion of what level, right? So the purpose of the budget committee was that 2 board members would be able to have a deeper dive. And so then when the financials were presented with the board, the overall board had more of a comfort level because 2 board members had done a deeper dive. That was the same for the policy committee. If that is not the wish of the board, then we can we can change that. But those were the reasons why some of those committees with some of the larger information as far as like board policy and budget were created.
See, the only other thing I was thinking of is I know like historically we don't really use committees that much compared to some other districts who some other districts are so strict that everything will go through a committee before it comes to the board. But I mean, there are some interesting committee ideas. Like I've seen another district have like a committee for innovation where board members, can like look at best practices and bring them to the superintendent, and, like have discussions with that. Or also some other school districts have committees so that, curriculum decisions get reviewed by 2 board members before they come to the whole board. So like, I don't know if anyone else is interested in some things like that. I understand if not, but that's just kind of what I've seen other districts do.
I also think some board members around their strategic plan may break off into smaller committees to address to continue to make sure that the plan is going, not necessarily to get in the weeds, but kind of that check-in. And that's more, and it also could be more like a community check-in. When I'm thinking about the last conversation we had, one area I do agree with is how do we keep our community, how do we bring our community along when we're vastly diverse in so many ways. So creating a mechanism to address that concern of transparency and engagement.
Yeah, that
That's
was
one
of the reasons why I brought that up, was because I was interested in, creating a committee that could really support the strategic plan, maybe implementation or communications or something like that, where it's kind of a cross section of the community that could continue to engage in it. I don't know. I'm just brainstorming, but I feel
So
like
I think for that, we could add that if that, like after we have the completed strategic plan and we kind of look at that and what implementation would look like, then I think we could add that at that time. When does that sound?
yeah,
We could
There's a
evaluate
strategic
that.
plan implementation committee. So I heard is innovation, curriculum, and strategic plan implementation.
So that wouldn't go on, the strategic plan wouldn't, at this time, we wouldn't add that to this list, but it's something that we potentially would talk about when we
Add mid-year.
add mid-year, yes,
Got it.
if it fits.
That work, Amy?
yeah, no, I mean, initially brought up because our initial timeline was to have something by the end of the year.
Got it. So we will, in a month, we'll talk about all the existing ones. We'll talk about innovation and curriculum, and we'll try to figure out who's on what. Okay,
So if I could get a little bit more information about the innovation and the curriculum one to see if that will be just a committee that 2 board members meet with a cabinet member on, or if 2 board members are pushing into already a district-wide committee. I would just need more information on what the thoughts are of that.
I can
Well-
chat with Bonnie about that and ask her what she thinks and maybe bring it back and discuss with the board in December.
Okay. What's the, can I get a little bit more on the innovation?
I think it was kind of this book I read where they talked about that, but their whole philosophy was, granted, it might be for bigger districts that have 7 board members, where they really believe that there was, I think it was either like policy and innovation and everything goes to one of the subcommittees before it comes to the whole board. So the idea is like at least half the board members are kind of in tune with everything like in depth. So that was, I thought it was interesting. I think it brought it up to some people before, but yeah, I can discuss more. I'll figure out more and send it to you. I just know that some districts do something like that and be curious, because I think a lot of us do sometimes have ideas and wonder, are they feasible or not? So it might just be a time to formally kind of understand, some ideas we have, like what's feasible, what's not, and understand in greater depth in a more formalized setting. That was kind of my idea, but.
Well, and I think what I'm hearing you for the innovation is we try to streamline, right, when the strategic plan is done. I think that could be a part of that.
okay, anybody else have anything to say related to next month's reorganization? Okay. The next item is consideration of adoption of resolution number 006, increase in school facilities fees and adoption of CEQA notice of exemption.
What's the CEQA notice of exemption?
So that was a part of the original, what Alana presented earlier. There's a CEQA exemption in there, but it's not like a blanket CEQA exemption. It depends.
Who is it exempting? Us or people who build homes?
I think it's probably school districts.
Well,
Oh,
we still have CEQA requirements, and in our construction projects, when we have to do an EIR, an environmental impact review, there's also CEQA that is a part of EIRs. So I'm not sure I can answer that question.
it's fine.
Okay.
The recommended action, the superintendent recommends that the Board of Trustees adopts resolution number 006, increase in school facilities fees and adoption of CEQA notice of exemption. And these are the 2 attachments. Does anybody have any other questions or discussion on this item? Seeing none, do I have a motion to approve item 17.1?
I move that the Board of Trustees adopts resolution number 006, increase in school facilities fees and adoption of CEQA notice of exemption.
Thank you, Amy. Is there a second?
I'll say.
Who you want to give that to? Okay,
Okay. Trustee Nori,
Yes.
trustee Ku,
Yes.
trustee Dubois,
Yes.
Vice President Stevenson. President Ginn.
yes.
Motion adopted 5-0.
Okay. The last on our agenda is future agenda items. Does anybody have anything to bring up for future agenda items? Okay. Seeing none, the last item is adjournment. Do I have a motion to adjourn? Second,
Second.
all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Meeting's adjourned. Good night, everyone.